Oh, hi, Chris. Yeah, it's you can do the solo thing on that. There's no multiplayer. You can play the other map as well, I'd say, without any other, people playing. But this one is purely solo, and it's the starting game really. They added Oxbow, let's say, a good bit after this. Different map and not so much on the story. So how have you been, Chris? Now, hang on, let me crack a window open here. The humidity is way too bad. Horrible. Yeah, maybe one of these windows as well. We need that open. And I'll put up this doggo gate so that it don't get out. There, that should bring down the temperature a little bit. I'll get a breeze going. Now. Yeah, it is. There's much more towns on this map than there is in Oxbow. On the decoration, yeah, I've been doing a little bit on this. There's a lot you can open up. Carpets. I was hoping with the DLC, but it's just a few plants. Could do with some bric-a-brac for outside. It's very, very slim on that if you're doing a large settlement. But this is what I've been doing so far. Here. I'll probably show you from this here. Yeah. This is the only place I could build on the entire map, really. So this would be the large farm here, and the workers, let's say. So 12 fields, 7 by 7. So that's what? 600 less 12. 588 squares on that. Now I've got to add some more later. So what I want to do here is put a lot in here, and then we'll palisade it, then we'll fence around, and have a kind of inner kind of work area on this. It took a long time to do this. But here the only difference on this map is, you've got to go with the story to unlock stuff. But you'll get through it pretty quick. There's not that much. I did a large... you're playing on this map, aren't you? I did a large town that was without the DLC on Oxbow. You've probably seen that one. But if you ever get the DLC for this and it's not showing up, what you need to do is just go in, if you're playing on console, go into your app, stop it, restart the game, and it will show up. You have to be signing in to get it. Yeah, if you don't sign in. And with the Xbox X series, if you switch games and go back, you'll be cut off to DLC. Now, what I'm going to do now, I've basically put everyone in the mind, so I'll let them slog it out there for a while. I'm finding it very hard to get any farmers. Oh, hi. Hi, Young. How have you been? But, yeah, there's not a great selection of people you can hire on this map, compared to the other one was pretty decent. Either too old or the skills are not enough. But doing alright, nice. Yeah, so I'll probably palisade that or something later. Let's see. See, I want to keep it online, so I'll probably have to start over here. This is Wolf Country here. It's definitely, this is some nice flat ground. Now this is just a temporary thing. That's going there. I've pretty much taken out the forest here. But I'm going to find it pretty hard to line up anything along here. Now, originally I wanted to go with some production down here, but I wanted to line the road here with trees, and the only one that would even come close to fitting correctly would be the spruce, unfortunately. 76 yesterday, and started playing it today, and I am liking it so far. Nice. I was desperate for another Fallout game, especially the Elder Scrolls. I remember when it came out as a multiplayer, I was really disappointed. But pity. Now let me get something to drink, and then we'll move out. And how's my audio, guys? It's good, is it? I'm afraid to move quickly because of my neck. It's killing me. Okay. Every time I move, I can hear the bones cracking. Audio is good. Thank you, Young. It won't launch. Oh my good God. Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah. The problem with something like that is, that was a disaster. That was probably even worse than Cyberpunk when it released. For the longest time, BGS have doing very mid games. That really doesn't help them. And when something is a disaster like that at launch, and within 3 or 4 years, they start to slowly fix it whenever they feel like it, and they start to get a few players on. It's not a good lesson for them to learn. It's definitely not a good lesson for them to learn. But that's the kind of game, let's say, if you like to play with your friends in multiplayer, probably a decent game. Oh, hi, Terry. Oh, my. And what's that, Terry? Alright, let's go, guys. Ah, yeah. In the same boat, actually. In the same boat. But you're a bit young for that. And what was it, what was the problem? Oh, it could have been only one of two things, really. Yeah, cholesterol. Yeah, changing your diet, you'll get cholesterol tablets as well. I'm on them. What's the name of those guys? They keep changing them every 5 seconds. But these ones I'm on, my God, I can't even tell the name. But yeah, they'll reduce your cholesterol a bit. Yeah, they'll clog up your veins, making it harder for the blood to push through. So your heart obviously has to pump faster and harder, to get that will raise your blood pressure. The problem with that is when that happens, there's more chance of maybe getting a clot as well. So that's stroke, So if it's that bad, I'll put you on blood thinners. But you're quite young for that. Alright, okay. Now, we'll wait it out till morning, let me see. Time. Oh, we can sleep now. What I wanted to do is go to the next season, actually. Now, I've got all these guys in the mine, let's see. So, we want to be careful. We'll have to do a bit of hunting until I can get my hands in some more hunters. Let's have a look at these guys. Yeah. You see, I needed a ton of cash, so I actually threw everyone in the mine. Can do without them for a little while. Yeah, that would be taken into account as well. Of course. That would be a factor. But what you eat can play a vital part, you know, in getting that cholesterol down and, maybe getting you to the place you are now even, you know. High cholesterol food. Oh, I'm not one to talk. Pretty fond of it myself. Oh, winter season. Yeah, this is going to be dodgy. But I think I got some clothes and stuff. I'll have a look in a moment. What's this? Dangerous storm. Ah, come on. 6 buildings damaged. Okay, let's do a little bit of... Oh, okay. What happened here? We got a wedding. In a situation like that, Terry, there's... Well, for emotional support, sure. That's all someone can do. When it comes to high cholesterol, obviously you can go on a kind of how could I put this? I won't say a diet, but change your eating habits. Take exercise, go for a walk, that kind of stuff. That's all you can do, really. And of course, you'll get cholesterol tablets, which I should lower it a bit. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Unless it's something really dodgy. Sometimes they get it wrong, but very rarely. And the only time they ever really get it wrong, well, I remember there was a local doctor here. Some lady was allergic to, I think, to penicillin. But he prescribed her some and she died and he lost his license. Mistakes can happen. Similar, yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, once you get older, you'll kind of know your body a bit. But yeah, little knowledge can be dangerous. But, absolutely, And, if your dog said you're okay, but things persist, remember he's just a dog. So, try and seek a specialist. Oh, let's try this again. Absolutely, yeah. Especially if it's bad news. The Runaways. Oh, I remember this. Offer him... assure him... Refuse, politely refuse. Yeah, okay, we do this one here. And we just get a brooch. Yeah, I remember that one. So we're still getting a wedding, guys. Is it a wedding? It is. Cool. Now, let's get rid of this. Oh, winter. I'll have to find some clothing. I'd say we'll freeze pretty quickly. What's the temperature on this thing anyway? I think I've got some worn clothing here somewhere. Oh, it will bring all this junk with us as well. I'm going on medication for my weight. of my body from storing fat. Oh, that sounds a bit drastic. Oh, just well, it depends. You know, if your doctor told you, obviously, but losing weight, you know, needn't be that drastic. A little bit of exercise, move around a bit more, go for walks. You know, watch what you eat. Eat little, eat often. You know, shouldn't be that hard. I know what you mean. So do I. But you're still very young, Terry. You know, you shouldn't be in that condition at your age. Oh, 1 second, while I check this message board here. There we go. Yeah, just wanted to make sure it was scrolling properly. Yeah, there we go. I knew he was freezing. He's freezing, okay. Right, let's see. I found some junk here and there. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with, what's this? That warm shawl, winter cap, winter collar. Okay, let's see. So we'll put on a warm shawl, the winter cap, the winter collar. Oh, I see collar cap. Yeah, I see. Okay, we won't be doing that anyway. Winter collar. What is that one? 11 cold protection. What's the shawl? 16 cold protection. Okay, we'll go with a shawl. Thick gloves. And what's that? It's slashing damage. Oh yeah, it's got cold protection as well. That's it. I think that's as much as we can do. The shoes are not great. Oh no, let me see. I've got tin boots. I wonder would they do anything. -2 heat production. -3 cool production. Okay. Ah, okay. Right, let's put away the rest of this junk. Size 8. Now I'm size 18. I blame myself. That can play a part, all right. But as we get older, you know, it's very hard to keep off the weight. You know. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate it, Terry. Yeah, but, you know, just watching what you eat, obviously. You know. I know it's a bit of a pain. But yeah, we can use food as a kind of comfort thing. Now, I just gotta put away this junk and then we'll be off. We'll get rid of the shirt, my shoes, and the brooch. Okay, we get rid of 6 of these. 15 is enough. The feather, the fur. Well, we don't need the whole, right? Oh, I have to do something outside. I need it. Iron knife. We definitely don't need the pickaxe. The hat. We'll cook the meat. The hat. The winter collar. Yeah, okay, we'll sell that later. Now. Oh, sugar. This guy's got no top. There. And he's got no shoes either. Oh, it's got coal production protection as well. There. That should do us. We should be okay, I think. It can be. Some medications can have that side effect. Absolutely. Oh. Well, that would not be the lesser of two evils. But if your doctor said it's okay, to stop taking them. But in the end, the decision is yours. Personally, I hate to take this medication I'm on, but it's nothing like that. There's blood pressure, cholesterol, and there's some kind of blood thinners thingy. And then there's one for my ulcer. So, at this present time, I have sciatica, a bulged disc, high blood pressure. Let me see what else. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, kidney stones. Yeah. I'm a walking disaster. Well, self-diagnosis, it's not a wise thing. But as I said, the decision is ultimately yours, Terry. Now, okay. I think we got everything we need. I'll get rid of this junk we have here as well. So what we need to do is finish off the other fields. I haven't got any farmers yet, unfortunately. Although, we've only been a few seasons, but still. There's so many towns and villages, but always something. And we'll sort it eventually. We could do with some wood as well, I'm thinking. Yeah, we'll take that out. We'll get some firewood going for these guys. I know they're going to be using a ton of it. Yeah, that's the next thing they're going to be crying for. In 2 weeks for the flu jab. I'm scared of needles. I'm not exactly happy with them myself. Now put this firewood in, we'll save the game. I'll do a small bit of crafting for something to sell, but we'll have to finish those other plots. I haven't got any help yet. So what do we like for firewood? I think we're pretty low. We're okay for a while, I'd say. Okay, we'll need sticks, won't we? Okay. Right, I'm almost full as it is. Oh, our temperature seems to be okay. Where's the temperature on this thing again? Oh yeah, it's in this one here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we're just about in the green. Not bad. Just about. But I desperately need some proper storage areas up here so I can reach this. I haven't found an ideal place to put them yet. Uh, oh, now's the time to get that little bit of farming done, I think. Winter's pretty bad anyway. Just try and wait out the season. Now. Okay. So you need fertilizer in a bag. Let's check this lady here for buckets. I think we'll have to go wood chopping shortly. Even though I don't need it, I've got her on 100% to yeah, this needs a lot of work. Oh, sugar, I forgot to guys, I'll have to reload. I forgot to plant this before the season. Oh, you're kidding me. Let's see, can we do that? I knew there was, yeah, there's the autumn. We're not too bad. Yeah, we still got tons of time in this season. But, you know, all of the massive crops are coming in autumn. We need them, especially the flax. Forgot about that one. But I've basically gone through all the vendors and I've checked all the recruits. They're useless. 2s, and if they're not 2, they're like 40. Yeah. Oh, this neck is bad. Okay. So we just wait till morning. Okay, let's get organized. I'll need some bags, and I'll need some fertilizer. Let's see. Or did I sell them all, did I? I probably did. It should be under a simple bag. It doesn't matter, I've got a ton of leather. Yeah, okay. We'll get some leather. Unbelievable. Microsoft's toxic controllers. There. We just make a few bags, we get everything ready. Once I get a few farmers in, they'll be able to do this. This is gonna hold me back now a little bit. That's why I put the other fields in to get the other houses up. What are we looking for? Bags. Simple bags. Yep. Oh, sugar. I didn't know we could have done it from here. There, that's enough. Now we'll get some fertilizer and we'll see what we can grow. There we go. Now, as much fertilizer as we can probably carry. What do till it gets dark? I want to sleep till morning. This will take care of itself eventually. That's enough for a little bit. Oh, I'll check and see if I can. Yeah, in the morning we'll do. See if we can do a better pouch and some kind of backpack. Yeah, we'll get the tag for that one. We should be able to carry a lot more. Well, needed. Yeah, if I'm getting in a line of trees on this, I don't think that's going to work there. I tried the oak. They use up too much room. I've grown about 15 or 20 other trees I think would work to see how that'll look. It'll be a while before I'll be able to do this anyway. Yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, Doodlist. Not too bad on you. How have you been? We're just killing some time on this. It gets dark. Okay. Breaking my heart to do this. I couldn't get the settlers in quickly. Okay. Especially now I've maxed this out as well. So the sooner I get settlers, the better. It's not too bad if you're getting XP from it, you know. But I had about 5 or 6, other fields as well that I got rid of just to max that out as quickly as possible. But it's a right grind. I'll quickly do this field and then we'll sleep. Should be able to sleep then. I've done a little bit of decorating on those, but I still need a lot of limestone. So what have you been playing lately, Doodlist? Oh, that's right, Vice City. That's a classic, that one, isn't it? And my favourite part of that was the mansion, that helicopter you get, that one that, with those, what was it again? Those kind of buoyancy strips you could land on water. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that, collecting those little things. Yeah, you get more weapons and more free stuff in your mansion. There's some good stuff in that, especially finding the cars for that guy. That was kind of cool. Oh yeah, I played it not long after it came out. Some good times. But the guy who turns on you, Vance. It was kind of obvious. I remember when I got that game, you could see Vance, on a helicopter coming in, kind of shooting. Yeah. It was obvious, he was going to turn on you. Okay, it's getting too dark. One of my favourite ones would have been that. You remember that Psycho fan? Yeah, you had the voice acting of Phil Collins for that one. That was pretty decent. Yeah, they don't do them like that anymore, do they? That was way ahead of its time when it came out. Now, okay. We've got a lot to do before we get out of this season. Let's do it as quickly as we can. Even if we had 2 or 3 farmers here, this wouldn't be so bad. That's our first priority. When we get to the other season, we'll try and lock in as many farmers as we can. But to make it interesting, I'm going to be picky. We need to get them between the ages of 18 and 21. I'd say the only way we can get somebody older if we have somebody here already that we brought in at that age, but are now a bit older and I haven't got a partner. That would be okay. Because I always found it was too easy to get enough people on this, so just to make it that a little bit more interesting. Not so much, no. But it gets to the stage where if you tweak it enough and you've got help in, pretty much run itself. You get some farmers in and, eventually it can run itself. All you gotta do is just take the junk and sell it, and, even that, let's say you can get some vendors and they'll sell it for you. But you'll always be kind of tweaking it here and there, so let's say you've got 6 farmers going and they're level 10 and 1 or 2 drop out. They do that for a few seasons, I think for 2 years, I think. When they're having a family and stuff like that, so you get a replacement in, let's say that's a 6, so that kind of throws it off a bit. You've got to retweak it again. But you can get this, almost taking care of itself.
I wish it were easier. Wish you were better.
That's my top priority. Get some guys in. Yeah, they've got to be a 3. Well, that's the highest we're going to get them. It'll take some time to do this, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Yeah, my controller battery is low. I'm going to do this plug and play thing. Yeah, there's much more to it. They can have their own. Yeah, they can have their own families. At 16 you can put them in as an apprentice. They don't really do any work, but it improves their skill. And then at 18, you can put them to work. There's so many different things they can do in production, and then there's the tavern, there's the animals, horses, donkeys, geese, chickens, pigs, sheep, goats. In production there's lumberjack, there's mining, there's the guys working at the tavern, the barn, the fuel sheds. Goes on forever. Yeah. But the last big one I had, it was about 120. Working it. But you could slap everything down everywhere, and what's the fun in that? Oh, it's the getting there, the journey, that's the fun part. Oh yeah, it goes on forever. You've seen the other settlement I did do, List, didn't you? You could kind of see how the settlers kind of work there when you've got a ton in and they're kind of experienced. You've seen the other large settlement at Oxbow, the one I finished. Yeah. If you didn't, I can show you, you'd have a better idea, but I would definitely recommend this game. I wouldn't exactly call it a survival game. It's got a little bit of everything, But playing it is much different, than watching it. Here, I'll show you. Let me just save this. Yeah, I've got an old save here that I didn't upload yet. This is a large one we did. I picked this up for about 20 bucks, Doodless. Brilliant game. One of the best indies I've ever played. I'd love to see this with voice acting, but that might be a bit much, Now, when it's loading up, I'll just get something to drink. I think there's some kids on this. Yeah, yeah. Now, if you want a DLC for a little bit more building stuff, I think it's about $5. But these guys deserve it, you know. So I got it for this one here. I didn't have it on the one I'm going back to. When I finished that, it came out a few days later, I think. If I had any complaints about this game, it's no voice acting, which is kind of the standard now for indie games, isn't it? And not enough bric-a-brac, you know, to display outside. But the new flowers and shrubs I got in should help. Could make some nice little gardens with that, I suppose. So this hasn't got the DOC stuff, Doodless. You know, nice flowers and trees, and I think there's a few ponds as well. This is the best I could do without a DLC. But it's a biggie. So this is it here. Oh, and windmills as well, that can make grain, flour, all of that stuff. Of course, you need people running that. And you get a horse, and then there's orchards, there's plums, pears, apples, all that kind of stuff. And then there's hops. You can make beer and stuff, and honey, and taverns, and you name it. Oh, this is autumn here as well. It's pity it's not spring. This looks a lot better in spring. Yeah, let's see how do we do this again. So yeah, it's a biggie. It's my stable over there. That's where I'm keeping all the animals here. Ooh, I haven't a clue. A few. Yeah, I spent a good few hours on this, but never really, you know, took much. You know, when you're having fun, you know, it's never wasted, is it? Oh, you can put down the roads yourself as well. But that, it take a while to get used to that. So, I started off from a central point. I actually started off from that large orchard there. And that's where I have all the animals. There's bees, there's goats, cows, pigs, sheep. Tons. Do you know what would have been cool in this? Some pets. Cats and dogs and stuff. That would have been cool. It's a pity. With a little bit more, this medieval Dynasty thing would be an absolute classic. And the Palisade was about the trickiest thing to do because of the ground levels. This year I'll place these by hand. You know, the old, what we used to do in Oblivion, kind of drop it on the table. It kind of builds itself, you know. All depends on the ground level. I had no way of closing this in because of the river, and then I came up with a plan for a bridge, which closed it in nicely. Your NPCs don't die, they don't get attacked or killed by animals or bandits, and your settlement doesn't get attacked, so there's no need to worry about defense. I just did it for the look, you know. Oh yeah, there's geese as well. Oh, these are the kids. Yeah. You'll see them as they get older. Now, in starting, you won't get anyone higher than a 3. It goes to 10. But once they start working for you on your settlement and they have kids, they're a bit better. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. But the AI padding on this, it's something to behold. AI padding and the animals have exactly the same padding. Over the bridge and they'll go around there messing about. They never make a mistake. You don't see them walking into walls and all of this stuff. You know, not like BGS, where if you do anything in an original settlement, you're kind of finished. I remember when I was making this bridge here. When's it that one? I think it was the other one. But a kid like that was coming over the bridge, so I knocked off a piece. Wanted to see what he'd do. If that was Fallout 4, you know, they'd just walk off the edge and drop into the water. The second I took out the piece, he turned around, came down here, and just walked. This wasn't here then. Walked over to the other side. Now you can call your horse in as well. I'll show you. That to me, strange enough, is the most impressive thing about this game. I've been a long time playing BGS games. And I thought at one stage that get, you know, decent padding on NPCs was almost impossible. But, you know, that's what I got for playing BGS games too long. But no, small indie company can do it perfectly. And probably BGS can, but they won't. Yeah, you know the stuff where you build onto a settlement and they start moonwalking into walls and spawning on sheds and, you know, beneath the ground, that kind of stuff. Now, where's my horsey? And just watch this. Now these fields I built, see how they're doing the crops for me? They'll do everything. And you can micromanage, you can set the seasons where they can grow, you know, different crops through the seasons. All you gotta do is just make sure they've got enough stuff. And that, you know, as, you know, let's say if you've got enough wheat to do this, they'll take in the wheat and there'll be enough seeds for exactly the same crop next year. So you can keep it exact. It is, isn't it? Yeah, they'll do all of this for me. They'll till the ground, they'll put in the fertilizer, till it again, they'll grow the crops, they'll reap it, they'll tuck it away. Now watch this horse. Now I built this myself, so it's not like it was here that they would, you know, kind of know how to get around. But this is flawless. Look at that. That's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Perfect padding. Above 40. Oh, hi Bones. How are you? This to me was the most impressive thing. Absolutely perfect. NPCs are exactly the same. But, you know, once you micromanage it enough, you know. See, the problem is, let's say you're doing the farming, okay? So obviously you need a blacksmith to supply them tools. You'll need a barn for the threshing, and you can do a kind of seasonal thing. Let's say, you know, in spring we grow one crop, and as that gets taken up, another crop goes down, so 2 crops a year on this. You'll be working on probably with, well, you need oats and rye, and that you can do the animal feed. But you'll get used to it pretty quick. The horse on the barn yet? Yeah, it's a bit of a pain because, you know, before you can get the horse you need the stable. Oh yeah, make sure and make it stable. Because if you haven't got a stable, what will happen is he'll just disappear. Yeah, get the stable in. So then you'll need someone to tend the stable. And then you'll need someone to make the feed. Yeah, there's a long chain in this, you know, to keep the whole thing going. But 40 settlers should be enough to get something going, alright. Yeah. No, it's just if you haven't got a good infrastructure at the start, let's say. which if you're planning a settlement is almost impossible to do. What I did here was I just started with the orchard. I lined everything, to the farming fields, because those you can't rotate. And my original plan was to just let him eat everything here, to be honest. But it's only one crop a year, so in the summer, I think. So that was not a good plan, but I needed a little centerpiece anyway. And that's that crop there. So started from that, then lined the houses up here, and kept needing more, and I kept needing more, and then this got out of control. So then I decided to put in this. That is really hard to do, because if you're going from A to B on this, you need to keep it in one piece. If you can only go so far and then you try and join on, it creates a really nasty gap. So basically from the gateway you'd run a straight line all the way up to the shed up here. I kind of came up with a system where I could kind of measure it out, using stones and stuff on the ground. Yeah, fun, absolutely. Oh, thank you, Bones. Now with this this other map, the place is not as scenic. It's okay, but it hasn't got this nice waterfall. And the problem when you build in an area too flat, it doesn't force you to do things. But I'll have to come up with something for that. That waterfall is nice. And there's a mine here as well. Well, there's a lot here, alright. But I got some new shrubs and stuff. That should be okay. But it takes forever to decorate this stuff. Yeah, this is the Oxbow map. On this, there's not as many vendors, but it's basically, without the full story. You just go in, you do some kind of random quests if you want to, and there's no kind of backstory. I think you can do multiplayer on this. I think that's what it was for. I just come in because I wanted to do the building. I wasn't really familiar with the game, so this is my first build on the game. Learned a lot on this one. I found it very, very hard to work out the settlers, the micromanaging, and then once I got used to it, it was pretty easy. But it can be a steep learning curve. But it looks a lot better in spring. Everything is in bloom. And this. Oh. Did you ever play the old Oblivion? Before the remake, Bones. Remember those houses we used to get? They were pretty nice. There was one in particular. But you couldn't really put, anything on tables and that. So you had to kind of stand and drop it on the table. That's the system you'd have to use here. Valheim is a little different. With Valheim, you get the little plates and you can put it on. With this, you just literally have to keep trying it and, putting it in place. But, you see like that, and then you move it in. Be very, very gentle. But I had a lot of practice with Oblivion.
Have I seen you today?
Like that there. And that's how you'd line those up. It is a nightmare. I remember all the houses in Oblivion. I had all the silver stuff. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, young. But that's where I learned that little technique on Oblivion. The problem, Oblivion was horrible. There was some things, the physics were all wrong. They were always top heavy, you know. So if you tried to do that, they'd never kind of land on the base, you know. They'd never land on the base. I think I could live here for a while. I need a bit of peace. This can be dodgy here because of the ground levels. That will follow the exactly. So it took a while to get that in so it didn't sink too much. If it sinks too much, it looks horrible. And this was interesting as well, but we finally got through it here. Oh, we didn't really need it, but why not? But the main spot is here. This is really where we started from. My God, it's been 3 years and more. Time flies, young, doesn't it? Yeah, when we started this, it was just the orchard and these houses here. Well, we had this. I wasn't quite sure if I was going to do farming here or the orchard, so we just had a few buildings. Where are we? Okay, where are we? There we go. But this is mostly the production area. It's a nice little comfy spot here. But autumn, everything is dead. Here, let me join you. Oh, I see, we can't use the light here. Okay. Now, better lighting would be cool. Yeah, you just kind of do it slowly, you know. You kind of look at an area and say, you know, what can I do to fill it out? More stuff would have helped a lot. But I felt like I was repeating myself a lot when it came to the haystacks on this. I mean, what can you do? You need to, you need to fill it up with something.
People often ask.
And I said, right, let's get back to the game where we see what we can do on the valley map.
If I were to say what I value the most.
But even with the new plants, it's going to take a bit to match this. This has got a lot of space. The other one has as well. But I've been trying an experiment with the new trees. They're not great for I wanted an avenue lined road. The trees are they take up too much space and they're too hard to lay. So I've tried the forest trees. You know, those ones I can get them pretty close together, but I really don't know what they're going to look like. So I planted about 20 of them away from the settlement, and when they're full grown I can have a good look at them and see. I think we might be able to get away with it. I like lots of trees in a settlement. Oh yeah, all of these were the original trees. I think I took away less than 10 trees to do this. Yeah, about 10 or 12. Because then we couldn't plant trees, so every tree was precious. Right, okay, let's load this up. But a settlement is zero without greenery, without trees, flowers, gardens, stuff like that. It's just an industrial base without that. Now let's get back. So we'll finish off the crops. I haven't got enough farmers in yet to help me. I think I've only got about 10 settlers, and I basically shoved everyone in the mines. And the reason I did that is I'll need tons of cash to unlock all of the junk, and they're not great anyway. But I'll call them in, once they're maxed out there, and I'll put them on something else. So make this one interesting. I'm only picking settlers, well, obviously, with a level 3. That's the best you can get. But between the ages of 18 and 21. And the only exceptions we can use, let's say, if we've got someone living here that we got, for a few years and they're like 24, but I haven't got a partner, yeah, we can pick them up one for that, but that's about it. Just to make it interesting. So this is what we've got now here. It's got potential. And it's not too close, once we get our banner up. I was thinking around here, but horrible, horrible layout. Now this is a temporary camp I've made here. So this will be different. I'll have to probably come down this way. I'm stuck with the layout of the crops. Now I originally wanted to build here, but that's going to mess up what I have in mind for, a line of trees running by the side of the road. But this has potential, because this is flat land to about here. I think all of this is flat land. But that's not a good thing either, But I'll be using every inch of this. Probably to around... that's not even big enough. Yeah, it'll be getting quite close to this, I'd say. Probably proper sign somewhere here. Now, this is an interesting little spot. I thought it might be big enough to put a tavern, but unfortunately it's not. So I'm thinking about there's a large majestic tree, but you'll only get one each season. That's if you can find that person. It's a different one every season. So maybe a garden here. Now as we go down here, there's another, or not there, it's there actually. Yeah. Then I suppose some of this as we go down as well. My biggest problem on this will be to line this roadway. Yeah, that's going to be my biggest problem. I'll show you. I've planted these. It's a pity, that you can't just, build them and they're there so you could see what they look like. These are going to take about 2 years, like all trees, to grow. Now I tried all the other trees. Beech or birch or whatever it is, not the greatest. So these are the forest trees. Well, push comes to shove, I get a ton of free wood, but I got this type A, type B and type C. But I think it's more likely type A I'll be using. So when they grow I'll have a good look, see what they look like. But they're very easy to place, and you can place them... Actually, you can place them that close together. So now I'm wondering if you could squeeze in maybe a fence on these. Would be interesting using them as posts. But you can run a road through these, which this is what I like about this. See, it won't affect that, not like the other trees. So they've got potential. We'll see how they go. Now let's get back. Let's get this done. We'll get to the winter season as quick as we can. That will be a 3-day season. We'll hit all the vendors, take as much money as we can with the junk we have, and we'll check for recruits for farming. We need hunters, we need a good few people. But this will keep us occupied for a while. I don't mind doing it. The music is, it's very relaxing. It can be a little bit repetitive, but what game isn't? But not as bad as you might think. It is strangely relaxing. So this is like a survival game, it's like an RPG, it's like a kind of farming simulator, settlement thing. got a little bit of everything. But the guys who made this actually cared about it. And that's, I think, what I like most about this. It was not just for the money, of course. The money probably 90% got to do with it, but yeah, these guys they didn't cut corners. I'd like to see this company do well. And maybe more of this stuff with, you know, more advanced mechanics. But I'll have to suffer with this for a while until well, it'll be motivation to find some farmers, won't it? What? I've run out of fertilizer already? Okay. I can only carry so much. I've already maxed out the farming, so I don't know where I'm going to put that windmill. I wonder in that V section, I'll check in a moment how it would look. Ideally, I'd like to put a windmill on some kind of... there's no way, even if I take a few trees down from here. This is the only real height we have here. I was kind of saving it. I thought I was going to put my house in here. Possible. Wouldn't be a bad spot for a windmill, actually. We'll see. But we'll just keep at that, finishing it as we go, kind of working out from there. I did a little bit of decorating on these. Still need to do the wall dyeing, some more junk on the wall, you know, some lighting, and of course, the rugs on the floor. I was hoping they had more of that junk, but it's just a few plants and a couple of rockery ponds. They're pretty small. Yeah, I was hoping to get this done before I came on, but it took a while actually to sort out this. As you remember, when we left, we just had this. So then I added this, and I was collecting some junk as well. I needed a ton of junk. Now, what do we do? We need some fertilizer, isn't it? And what do you need? Do you know what? We're gonna have to face the wolves here in the forest, I'm afraid. We'll save down here. And we'll start cutting a few trees. I've already taken out the entire forest here. It's a bad place for trees because these are the worst possible ones. There's just 2 logs on these. You know, in the forest you'll get 3, and if you're lucky enough to find a maple, you'll get 4. Okay. The wolves are not too bad if you kind of run towards them. But we'll stick down here and we'll just get a few of these. But there's 3 of them living here in this wood. And we're close to the river as well. We can kind of run in there. They won't follow us in. Unless it's a bear. That's a different story. Alright, we'll try not to get our backside chewed off here. I have a crossbow. Oh yeah, the food. Forgot about that. I took the hunters away. I might have to get them back. I'll have a look at the food in a moment. We'll have to go hunting. as long as you leave those in, you're pretty good. We'll have to change these guys for iron in a moment because I went all out on the bronze. Yeah, we'll mix it up. We'll do a bit of lumberjacking, some farming and some hunting. I do have a crossbow, so that's a good thing. But only bronze. So we definitely need a headshot with those ones. If everything I have to make money is making the bronze knives. They're not ridiculously expensive and you can kind of make a lot. All you need is the bronze and some sticks. That's why I just pick up a few every now and again and I store them away. Okay, we'll just take these three and that will do. Oh, hang on. I did say hunting, didn't I? I do know we desperately need... Yeah. I threw all the hunters into the mines. Okay, we want to be... You want a decent headshot with these guys. I think I should be doing poison ones, you know that? Even a neck shot. Yeah, that's not too bad. Neck shot will do if it's close to the head. We're only wasting our arrows. Oh, we're a bit on the heavy side, aren't we? We're gonna have to cook that up as well and throw it in the food storage. What are we like? What are we like? What are we like? We're not too bad. Okay, we'll run back with this. Oh, we'll see if we can carry this. Right, we can barely move. Yeah, now I have, I've got 5 fully upgraded storehouses. Each one of those are at the mine. And I'll tell you the best about that. When you put up a mine, they need tools. Now there's a chest here, but it means you have to go out and visit it. But if you have one of those warehouses within range, you can put the tools in a warehouse here and they can get access to them for the mines. Plus, you have a mega amount of storage. Let's say the storage you're getting there applies to what you're getting here as well. So you can have a ton of storage without having like 10 of those things, you know, hanging around. So you get a nice bit of storage and you don't have to visit the mines, you know, to replenish your tools. So there's 5 of those up. So yeah, they carry a good bit. But I still need maybe probably another 5 in here. But that's just so, you know, everyone can collect stuff. Not so much for the storage. But you never have too much storage. And yeah, the wolves are there alright. Just put this into storage. We'll check and see how many pickaxes we have as well. But I desperately need some storage in here. But I'm not sure where I want to place it. Not worried about these. These are things I needed, I had to have, and I intend to destroy them later. For the time being, they'll do. Oh, I'm carrying 72 meat. That's why. Okay, let's put that into storage. I was wondering why it was so heavy. Ah, we need 2 stone. No, we should be able to build that. Oh, there it is. Now, hmm, 16 logs. There's the meat. Let's get rid of that roasted meat, you know that. Okay. I'm gonna check them as well for water. I've got that, even though I don't need it, I've got that lady on the well, 100% on that to max her out as quickly as I can. Right, let's see. Yeah, she goes through those buckets pretty quickly. Oh, 15 a day. Okay.
The village is slowly developing.
Yep. Yeah, that will do us for a while. Now, right. Oh yeah, what were we going for? Fertilizer, wasn't it? Yeah? Oh, there's no escaping from one's mind. Oh, it was a fertilizer. We were missing, wasn't it? See, they're bringing in a lot of that junk. We'll be selling that shortly. Alright. Carry as much of this as we possibly can. There. That is a lot of fertilizer. Yeah, the farming is slowing me down. Kick. I heard it's kind of toxic. It's like the Wild West, isn't it? Everything goes. But I do know most of the band streamers will be on Kick. And there's a few, let's say, have been kind of making the news. Some of the streamers from that. Like that guy that's in South Korea. What's his name again? He was pretty toxic. And a few. Another Russian guy, but he's a US citizen. He was detained as well. I think in Taiwan or something like that. Yeah, they're all from Kick. But it's usually the kind of trolly streamers, you know? Yeah, he's okay. Nice. Right, let's do this. We got a little bit of hunting in as well. We got some wood. Let's see what we'll finish this. Yeah, it's not a game you can do quickly. We have to seed this as well. My God, we need some farmers. We really do. But once I have this as well, let's done, I'll see what crops we can do. So what we need is a crop. Crops we can go in spring, harvest in autumn, and then plant 2 new crops in autumn. Yeah. And if we need some other junk, we'll make some other fields. I think flax might be a problem. Back is killing me, my neck. Okay. Oh, we just that one, but we have 6 fields over the other side. Horrible. But it really needs to be done before we get out of this season. And when we get out of the season, I've already done the vendors, so they're not a problem. The second we do this and get the crops in, we can skip to another season. That's going to be 3 days. That's winter. There won't be much doing there. So with that winter season, we'll look for some farmers. Hopefully get some. And so the junk that we've been collecting here. No ads, yeah? Oh, I suppose that's one thing. Oh yeah, I heard all of the YouTubers complaining about the new system for counting views, Terry. Lots of people have lost 1/3 of their viewership, although they're still watching but not getting counted. But I think they did something on August the 12th or something with the AI, and I think what they're doing now is if anyone has an ad blocker, yeah, they're not counting them. They said it's a side effect of the AI, but it's not. They're just punishing people because, they want people to watch ads so they can get more revenue. But YouTube it's gone extremely toxic. I can't watch anything for more than 2 minutes and it spams me. Yeah. They've overdone it. If you're watching someone, every 3 to 4 minutes, there's an ad. The ad will come up and say, oh, the video will play after this ad, but it doesn't. Another one will come up and you've got to skip that. If you try to fast forward in someone's stream, even though you've watched the ads, every time you fast forward, going ahead maybe 10 or 15 minutes, the ads hit you again and start over. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So what I've done, there's another app and it's called SmartTube. It's exactly the same as YouTube, same thing, but 0 ads. Yeah. And when you move to SmartTube, let's say, you can kind of transfer your list, if you had favorites or whatever, on YouTube over there. So I watch SmartTube. But sometimes I've got to go into YouTube, and it's horrible. Only me and Ninja, yeah. For SmartTube? No, just Google it. Yeah, it's pretty good. It was my son taught me about that, and he just downloaded the app. But it's called SmartTube, and it's exactly the same as YouTube. Same thing. And yeah, you can bring over your stuff from YouTube to it. 0 ads. But I think YouTube's day is nearly done. It's a pity. But they got too greedy, too toxic. Same with Netflix when it started off. It was reasonable. You know, $5-6 a month. You could have your family and friends on it. It was pretty decent. And never a real kind of ton of movies and that. They would hold them too long, but it was a nice little alternative. Now it's like what? It's almost triple that. And now you can add 0. If you add people now, they charge you for that as well. Yeah. Only a matter of time before that falls. And streaming services now are so bad, you need a few of them. And they are totally not worth it. Absolutely, yeah. Blockbusters did the same thing back in the day. Too slow to change as well. Yeah, Netflix tried to sell out, didn't they, to Blockbusters? When Netflix started first, they were getting it really hard. And the guy who owns Netflix, or started it, went to Blockbusters and, thought they could buy him out, and they actually laughed him out. And then I think within a few years, Blockbusters went bankrupt and Netflix went on from there. And now Netflix are making the exact same mistakes. It's unbelievable, isn't it, that Blockbusters did, And of course when Netflix came out, as I said, they were reasonable. And you could add tons of your friends and family as well at no extra cost. So, people liked it. And there was no competition. Now there's a ton of competition. They're 3 times more expensive. And if you want to add someone, of course, cash. But all they're doing is, making way, for piracy again. That was all but dead, piracy. In games and in movies and stuff. But I see it making a big resurgence again. Some of the pirate guys actually offer a better service than the actual, I don't know. Flies. No, we're pretty fortunate here, no flies. You remember the radio pirate stations, young in the 80s? Oh, well, probably not in Canada or the US, but I remember them here. You'd be too young, Terry. I remember one in particular, I think it was called Atlantic 252. Some guy was on a ship out in international waters. I think they managed to shut him down eventually. Oh, we're pretty close to winter now. Oh, this is heartbreaking. I need some farmers. But we almost have this side done. We'll sleep in the morning and we'll give a shot at that one. Well, as we're doing this anyway, at least the guys in the mines are getting some experience. The longer we can hang out in the season, I suppose, the better. There we go. Now, let's sleep. Here, we go into this one, I suppose. This one would do. There. Now we'll check our food and water as well. We should be okay.
Starts to be a bit annoying.
I sure need buckets in a moment. We seem to be okay. Let's see if anyone's in trouble. No, they're all pretty happy. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10. We've only got 10. Oh, I see the water carrier is up to 9. The second she hits 10, I'll send her to the mines and take one of these 4s, put it in her place. Now. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot of work for one guy now, to be honest. But we'll give it a shot. It's a pity I thought I'd have this done before I started streaming. But now we're stuck in the season until we get it out. Any other season except autumn. We really need to get this done. Now this is a little bit more interesting. Here, let's make it interesting. We'll do it this way. Oh, they've even got the shadows on this. Awesome, isn't it? Hey, even the shadows. Every year. Is there an orchard or something like that nearby? Usually only see those around farms. They're not very common in an urban area. I did so much of this on my 2 days that I actually maxed this out. I was in a rush to be able to build everything. So nothing could hold me up. And we don't have any animals for fertilizer either, so you know, that's another big job. More farmers, again, a ton of them. It's either that or picking junk and waiting till the season for rot, the end of season. But that's time consuming. Said we're going for fertilizer. Here. I have a ton of it in storage, but just can't carry it all at the same time. Too heavy. Let's get that fertilizer. I want to check this lady's buckets as well, will we? Six. Yeah, she's moving through them. She's okay for a little bit. What does she need? 19. Looks like we'll be using up that wood. Now, right, fertilizer, wasn't it? Yeah, we're going through this really quick. Hang on. Oh, we'll have a look, guys, and see if I can make that. Here. I'll see if I can make that stuff so I can carry more. The pouch and the backpack, isn't it? Yeah, let's see. Don't know if I've got the junk. To be honest, let me see. It's that simple bag, water skin bag. I wonder where it is. Let's see, I know it's here somewhere. There it is, backpacks and pouches. Simple backpack. Simple, what's that? Simple small. Simple, there it is, simple large backpack. Let's unlock that. So we need leather stick, linen thread for linen fabric. Yeah, okay, let's go with that. It's about time, actually, I made this. Now when we put it on, we'll see how much it affects our weight. We carry 56 kilos. Okay. And well, that's 56 with the pouch. Where's that backpack? Now we're going, 20, 76. Now we need a better pouch than that. Small pouch. Well, that's the one we have. And here it is here, large pouch. Oh, we need tin bar. Okay, we'll get that tin bar. Let's go get that tin bar. This will give us our maximum carry. And we badly need that. Okay, tin bar. Okay. make that, I'm afraid. I'll see if I can make that that suit as well, that heavy padded armor. Wear it every season, it's perfect, except summer. Yeah. But no rush for a moment with that one. Large pouch. Simple small backpack. Well, we don't want the jet. Pouch. There it is. Large pouch. Now we'll take off the pouch we're wearing, and that way we can see our original weight. I found that somewhere. Think I got it on loot. Now, there is the pouch. Oh, I've got one there as well. Two of them. So, what's that? 70. So it would have been 50. 50 kilos. Okay. Now we are 80. Nice. It's not much more, but still, that's as far as we can go, guys. 80 kilos. Still, it's an improvement. Now, what are we here for again? What did we come down for? Oh yeah, fertilizer. Fertilizer. Okay. The rest we can sell later. Oh, where's that fertilizer? I should have doing that from the start, but yeah, didn't really need it that much, but I need it now. So our maximum is 140 for that, and even at that we're gonna walk with a crawl. Have a look at the food here as well. Oh, the lady's bucket. I think she's okay for a little bit, isn't she? She had 6. Oh, I wonder when we get the first kid here in the settlement. Be interesting. I wonder if she level 10 yet. Tree. Let's have a look. No, we're still level 9. Yeah, they're okay. Right, let's go. We're back. Now. Okay. Yeah, I will just do it this way so it's not as boring. If I do everything in a grid, it just seems to go on forever. 12 feels a lot. Is that 6? Oh, let me see. 12 feels. 600 less 12. 588. Oh, that's enough for our main crops. Even too much, I suppose. God. A lot in 6 fields, isn't there? Unfortunately. There. Let's do this a little differently. And we still have to till and sow it as well. But on that other settlement, I had probably a little more in fields. I think I had 16 fields, same size as this. I had that many farmers there that within, I think, a day and a half, everything was done. Yeah, they were pretty quick. Yeah, that noise you hear is one of the bags breaking. I've got a ton of them. Definitely the easiest to make in the start. Oh, it's just one letter and you'll get that from hunting. App on your phone. Yeah. I'd imagine so. Oh, you're just getting no answer and stuff, is it? No. God, I feel like my back is going to break. Yeah, this neck injury has been giving me tons of problems. I'm trying to wait it out and see if, there was something about a week, I think about a week ago. I just moved it out of the way. It was a mattress or something, I shouldn't have touched it. Well, it won't happen again if I can get away with this. But I should not have moved it. This I thought I'd have this done before I started streaming. But it's stopping us from switching to another season, so we gotta get it out. Okay. And we're getting there. Just 2 after this one. But we still have to do and sow this. I wonder if I temporarily brought these guys back. Let's see. We'll just do this one. I could bring the guys back. No, I don't have a work sheds. Yeah. Yeah, we'll need work sheds. Yeah, I don't have the work sheds. I'll have to do a ton of roads in before I could even consider putting those in. I suppose even though I put up temporary ones. I'll have a look in a minute when we get this here done and we'll see. Anything is better than this. Right, let's see. We've got 4 of the fuels done. We haven't fully tilled any of them, have we? Okay. Let me save it here for a moment. We'll have a quick look and see about these farm sheds. Really not sure where I'm going to put these. But it'll have to be done properly. Ideally would be central on these. I think 2 farm sheds, more than enough. Or yeah, I think they won't fit here. They're quite big. Now there would be the ideal spot, but you see what I'm saying with this. I'd have to level this up quite well, wouldn't I? I definitely need a central part on this. And then if I am coming with the roadway, but it's not going to be a double roadway anyway, is it? Yeah, it would have to be here. I'd have to reproduce this again down here. To be honest, this is where I need the... no, this is where I need the warehouse. 2 of them here, central. Be perfect. Yeah, no, that's what we need that for. Let me see. Where could we put these? It would be horrible to do that, wouldn't it? Let me see. Oh, they wouldn't fit anyway. Where I'm gonna put these things. Let me see. Well, we'll most likely be doing something like this. That's going to be something alright to line up, isn't it? Well, that's obviously wrong. Man, yeah, there won't be a ton of room once that's done. We'd have to find a central point in that little guy, wouldn't we? That would be a massive help if we could get this done here. Definitely worth a while. We'll keep going with this anyway. And when it gets dark in the morning, we'll try and put up the 2 resource storage areas. Yeah, it's gonna be dark soon. Might as well play this out. And get those buckets for that lady as well. Yeah, it is looking kind of dodgy, alright, isn't it? Yeah, we'll try to wear the resource storage sheds, I'd say. That will save us running forward and back. And I need them in anyway, regardless. We'll see how it looks. If that's the case, then we better try the other guys. Although lining those up, it's going to be a nightmare. They'll have to be pretty straight. Okay, well, this guy catch his breath before he dies. Shutdown will happen tonight with possible layoffs to follow. My brother won't be affected for now. Fortunate, alright, yeah. All over healthcare coverage. I've often wondered at that. You're in the US then, Young, yeah? I can't name many countries, let's say, that don't have, kind of a decent up and running public healthcare service. Well, definitely in Europe and even outside. Ours is not bad, to be honest. Public or private, there's always faults here and there and everything. But I've tried both. I don't see much of a difference. But then you gotta wonder what you're paying taxes for. Why bother pay taxes? Isn't part of paying taxes for, the government to have these services? Yeah. Here, let's say if you're ill, you need an ambulance. There's no charge for an ambulance. That's paid by the government, paid through our taxes. Looking like it, isn't it? Yeah. But I suppose a lot of it too would go to the national debt. That's ballooned seriously in the past 10 years, hasn't it? 20 at least, yeah. Like a lot of taxes would be going to that as well. Yeah, deficit. Yeah, I think it's a deficit. Yeah. I think that's what they call it. Now let me get something to drink. Oh yeah, I've seen that all right, yeah. Not only that, but tons of subsidies they get. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Like, there's some multinational companies that rake in trillions. And the way the tax system is, the subsidies and all of this stuff, yeah, they don't pay a cent. Actually, some companies receive money instead of paying it, Like the carbon credits kind of scam thing. I thought that was a bit of a scam. If you get a certain allowance, let's say if you don't pollute, and then if you have used over credits, you can give it to somebody who will pollute. That's just silly. You should be allowed carbon credits, but you can't. It shouldn't be transferable. Yeah, that makes no sense to me, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, there's not much you can do when the government says so, alright. I'm sure most of it will be rectified, but, in the future, when other people are there. But at the same time, it's a tough situation, to be honest. If you got a government coming in and they want to lower all taxes and do things, the side effect of that one might be more national debt. You really need someone with a really good business head, for that over a long period of time. But the guy that's in the Premier now in Canada, I remember him before he actually got that job. He was, he's a pretty good guy, when it comes to balancing books and doing stuff like that. But I think he worked the Bank of England. He was Chancellor, I think, there. That is a prestigious job. I don't think rarely have I, if ever, I've seen that job go to a non-British citizen. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But most countries have that. I think in the entire world, I think, half a dozen? Half or something? I remember reading that somewhere. But there's no real incentive. When you get private healthcare companies making tons of money, it's bad. But most of these companies have been pretty shady. They would be investigated and they would be caught. Jailable offences, and they do a little kind of settlement with the government. Maybe they give them, $500-600 million, $1 billion, and by doing what they did, they probably made 100 billion. So a tiny percentage. The highest I've ever seen it go is maybe 9% of their profits. Nobody ever does any time. They get a deferred something, it's called. Yeah, it's too light on corporate crime. Yeah, it's this white collar corporate crime thing. It's out of control, young. Before it was maybe a little bit of fiddling in the stock exchange, a little bit of here and there, but now it's causing too much damage. But it really went into overdrive after Enron. Yeah. But you hear people saying, countries wealthy and, Ireland, for instance, or, UK or whatever in Europe, the GDP, what they don't take into account is, everything it's counted up on that. But a lot of multinationals would be here, and they would just, for want of a better word, be just laundering their money. That would be counted in the GDP. So if a country has, great GDP, doesn't actually mean that, all the citizens are getting it. It's usually the top 5%, It always goes down to the top 5%, But yeah, I'm not familiar with the system there, so I definitely would not know the ins and outs. But I see the scandals all right from time to time. the strangest one I've seen. You remember that lady, young? I remember thinking she was pretty fishy, to be honest. She had this really deep voice, but they were doing research on some kind of thing, let's say, where you could basically get a blood test anywhere, even in a pharmacy, and it would check for everything, which was an absolute scam. But eventually, that was exposed. But it was kind of obvious. That was in California somewhere, wasn't it? Attempts to quiet the independent government reports. Of course, anything that might be seen as negative. Unemployment, job growth, etc. Yeah. It will get to the stage where, it can't be quiet anymore. Like stuff, let's say, if you're doing stats, of how many people are working, how many are not, this, that, and the other. If someone is telling you like it is, and you don't like what they're saying, you could push them out. Get someone, let's say, with a more optimistic view. Good night, Terry. Thanks for lurking. Appreciate it. Have a good one and take care. Bye. This is a pretty standard kind of thing. But you usually see this kind of propaganda young in corporations. It's not that common to see it in governments, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, there's a bit of it here and there, obviously, but it eventually will get to the stage where it won't be tolerated. You can push a population so far young. And then they say enough is enough. No, media is a strange thing. Out from the fact that most media organisations are compromised. There's another thing that rings true as well, I think. When you're talking about, stuff like that, let's say, you're there for the views. Yeah, you heard the old story that, good news is no news, or bad news sounds better. Well, that is bad news, but the people that say, that own these companies obviously would have influence. There's been a lot of reporters pushed out as well. I do know journalist reputations have definitely taken a dive over the last 20 years. But I suppose it's a situation where if you're an honest reporter and tell it like it is, you're not going to have a job. And then eventually the only people working are people that will go with the system. Like in any organisation, even in a company, if you're, not above board, they'd push out anyone that would, threaten that. The same would go for, as I said, any organisation, even a police force. Eventually, yeah, it always does. And it's obvious, there's only so much that anyone can take, But I hope it's... How could I put this? I hope it's something, let's say, that's not too... not too forceful, And there's other ways, but when people are angry, the reports of the Secretary of Defense at Trump's meeting. No. So what happened there? And Hegstad or something, isn't it? That's the guy who That's the guy who did some kind of Discord call with some reporter where he was where they were talking about attack plans, wasn't it? Is it that guy? Yeah, I remember reading something about that. I thought that was pretty lax.
Huh.
Oh, sugar. Okay, I need to eat. Basically the message, yeah, that's the guy, was the military will be all male. Oh, sweet. Oh my goodness. You mean he said that literally? Oh my. That's going back, well, you know, pushing women out of the military. That's a bad thing. And they've got a lot to contribute, you know. My. Isn't there I'm not familiar with the laws in the US and the Constitution, but isn't there basically a law where only in the most extreme circumstances, and then it would be the National Guard, but you can't be turning the military on a city. Want to go after Democrat-run cities like Chicago. That's going to stir up a lot of stuff, isn't it? The US is, what, 50 states, isn't it? You know, held together by federal law. You know, with their own little thing. It wouldn't take a lot to push them apart again. You know? Yeah, it's pretty bad then, isn't it? Oh, going to have an interesting couple of years, I would say. Couple of years. I've seen it from time to time. But the strange thing, yeah. The strange thing, I've watched some US news channels. How could I put this? I don't think you should pick sides in something like this. You know, as a news channel, as a media channel and journalist, you should be just reporting the facts, you know. But I've seen a lot of presenters and I don't know, it's almost like a debate. It's far from what it should be. You know, if a policy, if most people think it's wrong or somebody does something wrong, you just say it like it is. But let's say having a preference from over one side over the other, or you know, going to bat for the same team, well, that's definitely not impartial. Well, it seems to be, and it's there for everyone to see. Like, of course, you know, everyone would have their opinion, but they shouldn't be there to defend the policy, young, or to call out anyone that disagrees with it. Is their job not just to report the news? Because the other way means that they're on the team, and if you're on someone's team, how can you be impartial? Obviously, you've got an interest, a vested one. But it's still not too bad here, but I can kind of, if it's not checked in time, I can kind of see it go very, very similar here. But this thing seems to be contagious, doesn't it? If you look back every 100-year major events that caused, rebellions, revolutions, stuff like that. It's pretty much, the same kind of thing. Happens in one country and then it spreads. Yeah, I watch it from time to time. The news here is absolutely unfiltered. Strangely enough, I would, if I was to watch it, all of the stuff we have here properly, I'd probably be more informed than most people in the US. Because here, well, I won't say censor. Censor is a very extreme word. There's no reason not to show it, Hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully not. Yeah. But there's one thing I have seen, and this is just me as an outsider looking in. There's a lot of things that need to be shored up in the checks and balances, to be honest. They were good in its time, but it was only designed to stop one person, in a sense. I don't think the founding fathers ever thought that, they would be dealing with something on such a massive scale. But I'm talking about everyone, all sides. Transparency. The lobbying, it has to stop. The corporations will have to pay their share. The infrastructure will have to be renewed. And there's a lot to be done. Accountability, transparency. Easy thing to say. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. The way we look at politics here is, in a way, I suppose it's similar to in the US. We don't trust politicians from either side. They're self-serving. Even though they preach different things, they basically have the same playbook. So, no matter who gets in, no matter who gets out, it doesn't make much of a difference. But yeah. But will that fix it? You know what I mean? It's like, when one CEO drops out, you just get another CEO in a company. There would have to be a lot done. The whole framework would have to be changed. A kind of system where it would be almost impossible to get away with that kind of shenanigans. Absolutely. Yeah. I remember as a kid, reading about history and reading about law. And there's one thing, even as a kid, that surprised me. And this was the case, I think it was in the 70s, when it went to the Supreme Court about lobbying, you know, which is kind of obvious. And no, the Supreme Court said, yeah, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, no, it's okay. As a corporation, you can give as much as you want to a campaign. Now, these guys are, highly intelligent. There's no way they didn't know that that was, just a very thinly veiled bribe. It can't be obvious, obviously, but, you see these lobbyists and these interest groups, they would be lobbying for certain things to be done, and, eventually they get done. And, there's no bank accounts, there's none of that stuff, but you see that politician then when they retire, they'll get a job with their company, maybe a CEO, or maybe they get a round of, doing talks and seminars for $1 million a pop. Well, for starters, anyway, that will have to stop. But it's hard to prove, but it's obvious, But yeah, follow the money, of course. We have a share of it here as well, but it's low key compared to the stuff I see. No easy fix. You can't stop someone from taking a paying job after they're out, but when they're getting that paying job, let's say from a person that one could say their policies helped them, and they were lobbied to do so, and they're getting a job that maybe they're not qualified for, or they're getting way too much for a job, it's suspect. Yeah, it's very, very suspect. There's a lot that will have to be done. You're talking about changing an entire culture, aren't you? Really, it's going to be something to fix, I can tell you. But this was 50 years coming, to be honest. The small changes over since the 70s started with companies, let's say, the strongest unions ever were in the US. They were the highest paid workers. They had some really strong unions. Well, we know they got infiltrated here and there with organised crime. That was something that happened as well. But then, you had the likes of, let's say, when the internet came, and of course, air travel, jet travel, stuff like that. So you've seen these companies, a couple, pull out, It is very, very hard. So they moved to usually Asia. They got things done really cheap. They got incentives to move there. There was just a few in the beginning, and the others just stood back and see how it went for them. And then when they were a success, they left in droves, They left in droves. So that decimated a lot of things, Corporations, I've seen them gain tremendous power over the past half a century, And I remember reading, let's say, I think it was an essay or something I was doing as a kid, but the kind of tax take, the federal tax take, the revenue. I think in the 70s, 2/3 of federal revenue came from corporations and 1/3, from the citizens. It's the opposite now. 2/3 now come from citizens, and 1/3 from corporations. Even though corporations, taking inflation into account, corporations are making 10, 20, 50 times more money than they were back then. Now, I'm not saying a corporation shouldn't enjoy its profits and all of that stuff, but as a citizen of a country, you know, you have responsibilities as well. How much money do you actually need? You know? But what happens, this kind of stock marketing, this kind of shareholders thing, and this kind of pressure, you see a company, let's say, if it's ran by the owner and he's doing the day-to-day stuff, there's some things, let's say, that a corporation wouldn't do that he wouldn't do because, you know, you kind of see the effects of what it does, and you would have to be heartless. But if you're removed 3 or 4 times, you know, from what's actually going on, let's say I own a company, and then I hire this guy, and then he hires this other guy that hires 5 guys that run the company, and whatever happens there, let's say, you know, kind of goes through a chain. Now, each of these guys, let's say, the better they do, the more money they get, if you see what I mean. And, you know, it starts from the bottom and kind of works its way up, you know. Now, obviously, some owners would not balk at something like that, I suppose, but I think a good few of them, you know, would not really be on board with that. Like, take Disney, for instance. How true it is, I don't know. I don't really trust media, but I was watching a program, and I think it was Disneyland. It might have been Florida, I'm not sure. But there was somebody working there anyway, whatever the case may be. But apparently they pay him, or it could have been Disneyland Paris. It was one of them anyway. They don't pay him a ton of money. But they were sleeping in their cars in the car park. And she said, I came back into the cafeteria and one of the workers were crying because she had to choose whether to pay her rent or to buy food. Now we're talking about Disneyland. You know, we're talking about Disney, that corporation. You know, where people are crying because they can't earn enough to eat. How obscene is that, young? You know what I mean? That is really obscene. But these are the CEOs and, you know, the billionaires that run almost everything from behind the scenes. And I cannot understand why people thought that, you know, putting them in charge would be for the people, seeing as they lived off the sweat and the blood of them, let's say, for so long. As I said before, and I'll say it again, it's just like it was in medieval times. There's no more serfs, and there's no more lords, or barons, or dukes, you know. Now it's corporations and the working class. The titles are gone, but the system is still the same. But it's nothing that one man can change, or even one country can change. It will take a worldwide effort to stop something like that. Oh, no problem. I absolutely understand. I've been seeing it going on for the longest time. But I still never thought in my lifetime that it would play out so quickly, you know? No problem. Have a good one, young. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe. Bye. You should see the policies they're coming out with here. Oh my god. Sometimes I think our politicians here are from another planet. Stuff that makes absolutely no sense at all. But they don't mind making these mistakes because they don't have to pay. The public pays, and the generations after that. Yeah, we foot the bill for that one. I'm hoping I only have to do this once. If we can get enough farmers in, it shouldn't be a problem. But we need to get to another season. Ooh, there's another bag gone. We're almost done anyway. I'd much rather be planning out this town, but we need to keep these guys alive. We're going for... what is it? Okay, we don't need much more anyway. Let's finish this. And we'll shortly need some piggies, I'd say. We can buy most of this anyway once we get enough junk. But miners, the key to this game, you know, to keep it going. Large population, tons of cash. Almost there. I know we haven't done the seeding. That's going to be tedious beyond words. But we need to plant this before the season change. Cool, right. How many fertilizer do we need? 2, 4, 6. We need 8 fertilizer. Let's go get it. We'll be done. All we need to do now is the seeding. Oh, we need, we might take a shot at that, what's it called? I think we can do without it for a little bit. A shot at that, resource storage thingy. Oh, look at this. Okay, I'm dying here, I didn't know it. food. Right, let's see what we've got here.
I settled down.
Oh, the buckets. The silly buckets. Let's see. Yeah, she's probably out of buckets by now. I should say it here anyway, should I? Yeah. Okay. Oh my. Okay. That guy is just making a lot of planks. 25 buckets will do. What did I say? 8. There. No. Okay. She had 10 yet. There. Oh, let's check her out. Water carrier. No, she's still a 9. Go leave you where you are. Oh, we've got a ton of water. How do we do this again? Oh, for goodness sake. Where's the inventory? There it is. No. There, we're good to go. Okay. There's a lot of planting to do. I really miss the farmers, you know that? Okay, right, let's finish this. So, that's all fertilized and tilled. Now let's figure out the crops. This should be a one-off. Once I do this once, we'll get enough guys in there to run it and we're good. We won't have to set the seasons on it as well. I think we do that from the barn, isn't it? Oh no, we do that from the stupid, yeah, we still need those. We still need those, work sheds. We're gonna have to find a place to put those. Or else we're gonna be stuck with this. Maybe a few temporary ones somewhere. There. God, I thought I'd never finish that. Okay. Now, I wouldn't mind those. Because that's where I just pull the guys off and threw them into the mine. Yeah, it's not a problem. Okay. How do we change this crop? It's either from the barn or the farm shed. Let's see, I think. No, the barn is different. It's the farm shed, isn't it? No. I think we can do it from in menu. Let's see what we can anyway do. Let me see. So this is autumn. What can we plant? Rye. This is autumn to spring. That's perfect. That's what we need. Autumn to spring. And then we need something from spring to autumn. Autumn to spring. Oat. Spring to autumn. So rye and oat. We can't do them at the same time. Let's have a look. No, none of that junk. No. Wheat. Spring to autumn. No, we need wheat. Spring to autumn. So wheat, oats, rye. Okay, where's that? Well, all grain is going from spring to autumn. And rye, well, rye anyway is the first one we need. And so we need rye, and then we need oats. So autumn, spring for rye. Complicated little guy. That's autumn, summer for wheat. Autumn, spring. We need another autumn, spring. That's going to be something, alright. It doesn't matter anyway. We'll need it. So we'll go with the rye first anyway. Yeah, okay. So we'll need 1, 4, 7 to fill these tray. Field 6. Where's field 1? 5. Oh yeah, these are kind of sideways, aren't they? I'll have to do them again in a moment. Make a difference, man. So 3, 4, and 6. I don't know how that happened. 3, 4, and 6. Here we go. Field tray. What did I say? Rye, isn't it? Autumn, isn't it? Yeah, autumn. That is rye, isn't it? Oh, it's still. Oh no, cabbage. I'm getting rid of that. How do I clean this out again? Okay. Rye. We harvest in spring and we sow in autumn. Rye and wheat, guys. They're the only two we can put here. Harvest in spring. It's already there. It'll take me ages to work this out again. So the wheat. Yeah, sowing them all growth. No, we can't do both at the same time. I forget how to do this. Okay, this is autumn, so we'd have to sow in autumn. Yeah. And we harvest in spring. So what do we sow in spring? Wheat. Yeah. No, it won't even let us touch it. Yeah. So, how do I get this off? I forget how to do this. There's a way we can... Oh, hang on. Hang on, I think I remember this. One moment. What's this? Fuse 6. Now. So... Yeah, there's autumn. I'll have to do it some other time. I can't remember how to do this. Yeah, I can't get to the empty one. Oh, there used to be a way of... Nah, flicking it over. You're kidding me. Okay, I'll have to do this some other time. I'll figure it out again. What is this? I'll have to do it some other time. I think we'll just forget about the crops anyway. Yeah, we'll leave it go through a season. I'll get back to this later. It's going to take me too much time to figure this out. Again, there used to be a way to clear this. Hang on. Oh, there it is. There it is. Got it. There. Perfect. Now we need to clear these crops. Yeah, I got it. Complicated little bugger. To be honest, I'll just leave them. I'll do it next season. I'll do it when I'm not streaming. It's going to take me ages to figure this out. Okay, that's enough. We don't need to do crops. Anyway, we haven't got the farmers. I think we could skip one season. Take too long. Right. Now, she's got buckets. We'll see what she's like. I think it's time to get to another season. We see if we can get these guys. Oh, she's at 10. Okay, now we'll take out one of the miners. We'll take out that guy there, I would say. What's his name? Okay. We'll switch these guys around for a second. Perfect. Now, there. That's all done. And we'll let that guy do his little thing there. And she's off. Now let's see. Right. Once we get those guys leveled up, we should be pretty okay for miners for a while. Mining is perfect for this kind of, but water carrier is actually way better. Yeah, that's okay for a while. Let's check the food and then we'll go. Yeah, they're not too bad. Right. Let's go. We'll just make the rest of the weapons and get ready. Now winter's going to be slack. All we'll be doing is heading to the towns, taking their cash, and looking for some farmers. They'll have to be between 18 and 21. And I suppose even if they're a stat 2, I might have to take them. Got no choice at this stage. Now, we put in the hole. We won't need that. The rest we kind of need. The pouches for selling, we can do that. Yeah, okay. Now. Oh my. That's a lot of junk, isn't it? Okay. So we get 70. Yeah, they've been busy, all right. They've been really busy. Eventually, we'll have enough money where we can do whatever we need to. Where's that 10? There it is. Let's see, can we get 70 of these? Not a hope. Okay, let's say we get 50. Right. Oh. That's still not good because we'll need sticks. That's why I need the other thing over there. We can kind of do it from there. And this is going to be a mess now until we sort this out. That's 50. So what do we need? We need times 5, 250. 150 we'll have to do for a bit. So we'll have plenty to sell anyway. That's not going to be a problem. Our top priority is to get these new recruits and to get those new seeds as well. I eventually figured it out. Somebody will show up selling them around the taverns. There's 2 on the map, but it's always a different person. That's why I missed them the last time. Right. Yeah, we'll carry those 25 with us for now. We dumped the rest, and I've got some stored in here to sell. But we will have to make some pickaxes shortly, I'd say. I wonder how many's left. Yeah, give you in a second. Now, what do I like for pickaxes? No, they're still going. They've got 2, they're getting a bit low, but there, we're pretty much ready now. Could do with some hunters as well, obviously. Hunters, farmers, even some production. But we'll make it fun, we'll try to get them in that age bracket. There hasn't been a good selection, to be honest. Right, let's save this. That's it. Winter. We'll have to change clothes as well. Oh, it'd be nearly worth my while making let's see if I can. Teeth. Caught red-handed. Oh. Blah blah. That's a trick one, to be honest. Okay. That's a trick one. Now that's loading up, I better get something to drink. So I'll see if I can make my favourite, actually, the heavy padded armour. You can wear it all year round, get a decent amount of protection, except summer. By far the best outfit. We'll see if we can make that. We should be able to. now. Give this another shot. It's something decent this time. Dangerous storm. Oh my. What's this? 2 weddings and a funeral. Okay, I'll just mess with this for a bit. Surely there's gotta be a decent one in there somewhere. Third time is a charm. Oh, that will do. So we got a wedding. Oh, I see we've got a challenge as well. Cool. Now, oh yeah, I said we were going to try and make that outfit. Alright, let's see if we can make that outfit. Padded armor. Tick, that's the one. Excellent. Hang on. It's the excellent, isn't it? Excellent. Padded armor. What's this? No, that's not the one. Here, I'll save it here. We'll see which one is the best, but I'm nearly sure it's the tick one. The other one is more for combat. This is kind of, for cold and temperature as well. Let me see. Right, let's make that one first. We'll make one of each. Yeah, it doesn't say the stats on it, but we'll see. Oh. War tread. Okay. But I'm nearly sure it's the... I'm nearly sure it's the thick padded armor we need. Oh, wool fabric. 9 wool fabric. Okay. I don't think it's actually worth the hassle. But we'll see, we'll compare both. These is a little shy, isn't it? Why not? Didn't have enough anyway, but we'll see. But I think I'll go with the tick padded. This one is kind of disappointing. There it is. Now let's see the stats on this one. And it's more for combat, to be honest. Now let's see. There it is. Slashing, piercing. Oh, it's got 51 on cold protection. We might get it next. Let's see what the other one is like. It's a tick padded armor. Oh, maybe it was that one, I'm not sure. Linen fabric, 15. And more tread, okay, linen fabric. It's funny, I thought I had a ton of that. Yeah, we'll compare them. Yeah, we can buy the wool anyway, it's not a biggie. Until we get the sheep thing going.
I should bring my relatives over.
Now. And gloves, blah blah blah, let me see. There's a tick one. So 12 0 blah blah blah. That is 22 core protection. Heat protection -2. I think I used that because we could kind of, wear it all summer. Well, all year. That doesn't look like what I was wearing, guys, does it? I think we got the wrong one. Great clothes. No, padded armor, that's the one. Decent clothes, standard clothes. Tin padded armor. No, it is that one. I think they might have changed it. Here, let me have a look. It looks a little different, doesn't it? -15, 55 core production. I kind of prefer to go with that one. I'll tell you what we'll do. Yeah, we'll buy the wool. Why not? Yeah, we'll use the junk we have and I'll buy a ton of wool. Yeah, we'll use the junk we have. We just need to make the run. Yeah, okay, we'll go with the flashy one. Why not? A lot more materials, but we'll be looking swell. Yeah, we'll go with that one. I used the other one the last time, so I suppose I'll go with that one this time. We need to buy wool. Well, I suppose I can make that one straight away. Nah, messing. I'll use the junk we have inside. Right. It's funny, I thought I had way more than this. Yeah, sure I had way more than that. Now, warm shawl, blah blah blah, 16 core protection, winter cap, 3 core protection, that looks horrible, winter collar, -6 heat protection, what's that, +11, -5, I don't even know what that is. What's that? Slashing, blah blah blah. Where's that winter hat? Yeah. Okay, that should do. All the rest we're gonna sell because it's rubbish. I'm thinking that should get us about right. Yeah, the rest is... Hang on, can we wear the gloves? Slashing damage, blah blah blah, core protection we can. There we go. That would do. And we'll bring that junk as well and we can sell it. Get it out of there. Now, let's see what we have in our menu here. Well, we want to get rid of the lighter clothes and make up something a little later. We'll be skipping one season because I just can't be bothered doing all of the little groundwork on that, but we don't have the farmers anyway. Okay. Well, that's a godsend, that. Yeah, the rest we can sell. Okay. Let's go pick up our weapons. Yeah, we'll see if we can bring out some of this junk as well. Now we hit the 4 villages up top. They're closest. Okay, we'll try 50 of it. Okay, we'll try 40 of each. 40 copper. We'll have to pull those guys out shortly, they're making too much. Tin. So that would be what? 25. We need 100 stick. I think. Yeah, I think that's just enough. So yeah, we'll go on a buying spree. Just a wool, whatever else we can do. But all the other junk, well, we've got enough. I'll try and get a little bit of hunting in as well. Oh, at least we're not freezing tonight. Oh, hi Wartron. How are you? Hope you've been well. We're trying to get through the winter on this one. We need a ton of farmers. So we'll spend all our time farming. Almost 3. Yeah. Time flies, doesn't it? Yeah, we met in around the time I was doing that Bates Motel build, wasn't it? Just the one before that, I think. When I was doing that run. Remember that 2014 hour save? Yeah, on that one. Yeah, that was a while back. Fallout 4 it was, yeah. I was doing the settlement building on that. Fallout 4. So, what have you been up to? Anything interesting? Oh, nice, nice. Welding is, yeah, it's actually some good work. But when you're training for that, you know, get trained across the board, MIG, you know, TIG, all of that stuff. Yeah, there's always good work out there for anyone that's, you know, a good welder. Absolutely, yeah. I think there's 3 certs you can get. What is it again? There's MIG and there's TIG and then there's that other one, isn't there? Yeah, yeah. Master of none. But the welding thing, there's plenty of work on that. You know, and it's always a really, really handy skill. And it shouldn't take you a ton of time to, you know, to master it. Nice, yeah. I've got some relatives, all right, that do that. Yeah, yeah. Well, to get any good money for welding, you'd have to really, wouldn't you? You'll get your certs in the complicated stuff as well. Well, depends, you know. That with another similar trade would be extremely handy. Now, let's see what we got. There's the bronze knife, we've got 45 of them. And the rest will need to go. We need to dump that pickaxe, guys. And the sticks. We'll make a bit of room. The rest we can sell. I was considering that when I was young. I had a friend, he was working on an oil rig. And let's say I had a way in. Then I think I got into something else and, you know, got to see most of Europe. Yeah. Oh, it's a bit dangerous. Well, some more than others, but it would have been soft enough work, you know. I think 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, or something like that. But that was I'm talking about a long time ago. We didn't look at it that way. We just looked at it as work. I'm talking about, you know, the early 80s. You know, I'm talking about what, 40 years ago. Yeah. Strange enough, there wasn't so many accidents then. But as corporations got greedier and they took more risks, yeah, it's gotten to the stage now where it's, you know, even more dangerous, I suppose. But the solitary thing wouldn't bother me that much. Now, and not even then. don't mind that too much. There's the pickaxe, and where are the sticks? There. The rest we can sell. We're good to go. I'll do a couple of years on a rig. Pretty sad. But yeah, it's always a chance, isn't it? Okay. We're gonna get some junk. Right. There. We have got 85 knives to sell. Hang on, we just get rid of a few of those. Nah, we'll sell it the next time. Yeah, okay. Just in case we run into a wolf. Right, we're ready to go. Now, this one, obviously for money we need wool to make the other set. But our top priority, we need some farmers. 18 to 21. And hopefully level 3. Anything else is a waste of time. Especially with farming. Takes them a long time to level up. There, that's it. We're ready to go. Now. What do we like for food? We're good enough. Because when we do these 4, we'll just double back here. No, not really. You know, just the usual. Mostly stay at home these days, we're thrown. My health has taken a turn for the worst, I'm afraid. Yeah, so I stay in a lot. That not all the time, obviously, but definitely not. I don't go out as much as I used to, you know. Like how your dad did. Oh, you mean the kind of immigration, yeah? Oh, what's that? A bronze sickle. And some flour. Why not? Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. You know, from base to base. Well, there's a lot of American bases, let's say, you know, all over the world, so that would be a thing. Ah, here we go.
How can I help you? I'll need that.
I really should be getting animal feed and stuff like that. The problem is it might be a little bit on the heavy side. Okay. And, well, definitely manure. And now, we'll try the animal feed. There. That wasn't too bad. And now you can have some knives. There you go. Now I've got some junk here as well. I think I can sell. Oh my good god. They're pretty pricey, aren't they? Here. Take a winter color. No. Can't sell any of that junk. It's apparently too expensive. Here. Take that. Take that. And I need the food.
Take care.
Oh, to fight. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, there are a good few, well, definitely World War One, but in World War Two, you know, we joined up with the British military. We were neutral during the second. But most of us knew that being neutral wasn't going to work. Yeah, it was neutral during the Second World War. Yeah. But we were under no illusions that, had Britain fallen, we would have been next. But a massive amount joined the British Army. Even though at that time, let's say, relations would have been kind of strained, But neutrality didn't help Holland, did it? Yeah, the Netherlands. I think they were neutral as well. Yeah, as I said, a lot signed up. Pneumonia. World War One. Then there was influenza as well. Could have been that. Yeah. Well, basically, there was a huge outbreak, what we know now as avian flu. And you were talking about a ton of guys together, and obviously women as well. In those kind of conditions. And it was perfect timing for that virus, just as the war was ending. And then all those people returned home. Everywhere. And they spread that thing like wildfire. Yeah. Oh, nice. You still got them. Nice. But the First World War, all my granduncles were in that one. There's some photos of them around there somewhere. The Second World War, it would have been the Merchant Navy. Most of them were in the Merchant Navy. That was a tough gig. Yeah. That was a really tough gig. The Merchant Navy. You're almost guaranteed to be, done away with on that one. I think at one stage there, it would have been, I think it was the mid-40s. Wouldn't have had much more life expectancy than, a pilot. And that's saying something, Mustard gas. I remember a relative of my mum, actually. I was just a kid at the time. He fought in World War One. He got gassed. But he was bedridden. I remember we used to go to see him. He was like that kind of, he wasn't my uncle, but like a kind of strange uncle thing. But he came back from World War One and he was bedridden. And I think he lived until the mid-70s. He was a hard guy to put down, wasn't he? Yeah. In the Korean War. Yeah. So he probably lived, let me see, 80, probably about 50, 60 years after, even though he was so sick. Then my granduncle, I don't know, but yeah, something like that. He got shrapnel on the head, steel plate. One got away without a scratch. He was born in 68, so roughly, roughly about the same age as I am. Now I'll just get something to drink. Yeah, that was a tough gig. Especially in the early stages, Wartron. The tactics they were using was straight out of the Napoleonic War. It was ridiculous. You know, those tactics, and you basically had modern warfare, machine guns, even tanks. You know, they were told, let's say, when they were attacking the trenches, to walk slowly towards the machine gun nests. You know, horrible, horrible, horrible situation. By the U.S. Army. Yeah, yeah. Well, the First World War pretty much done away with the cavalry, didn't it? It's more of a ceremonial thing now than anything else. But you had, let's say, the generals and that were, planning these attacks. They were not there on merit. They knew someone or had a title. Knew zero about what they were getting into. Unlike, let's say, the Roman army, where you rose through the ranks, it wasn't about who you knew or your title, it was your ability. You could have been a slave, and you could rise to the highest general in the army if you had the ability. But those times, and then let's say, people who suffer from post-traumatic stress, the constant bombardment, the bombings, the mustard gas, the shelling, the artillery, they kind of cracked. So what they did with those guys, they called them cowards, and they faced a firing squad. You know what I mean? By these generals who, never fought. But some generals were, awesome. They were always there with the men, up front and that. But some were just bureaucrats, politicians, bureaucrats. Did you see the effects of that post-traumatic stress and, from the First World War? I remember as a kid, I think it was one of my mum's relatives, but it was strange to see. Now, I seen it in real life, but I remember this guy, and it's always been in my memory. He had the blackest of black hair. But this would have been oh my god. This would have been probably around the mid to late 70s, so I would have been, he was only a kid when he was there. I think he was 20 something. So that would have left him probably in his late 60s. But when he was sitting down, he had this kind of thing he used to do, where he'd kind of rock himself like that, and his hands were kind of jumping like he couldn't control them, like a kind of tick, and he kept repeating these phrases over and over. Could easily be mistaken for well, it was a mental breakdown, obviously, but it could be mistaken for madness. Yeah. Well, this was horrible. Yeah, this guy was destroyed. Horrible, horrible.
Finally. So, how can I help you?
Okay, there's nothing we need from them yet, so we'll just give them some junk. Actually, we'll get rid of more of expensive stuff here. Where is it? Yeah, where's that expensive stuff at? Where is that junk? That's funny. Okay, let's get rid of it anyway. Get rid of the pouches. Oh, there it is. There it is. That piece of junk. And that's gotta go. Yeah, that's it. That's that junk out of the way. Now. Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, we'll get rid of the bags. Why not? We can always make some more. There. That's all we can take from this lady, I think. Yeah, we're not selling the food anyway. Yeah, okay.
Take care.
Now this guy should have some junk. Where is he? And then we move to the next village. Yeah. Well, you still could be taken out, just as easy, but, at least you weren't told to walk towards the machine gun nest. And the commanders might have had a little bit more understanding. There's less of a chance of, there wasn't as much danger because, the vast majority of commanders were competent, to the war. I've read some that are pretty interesting, yeah. Went from Gallipoli, on the Western Front. Yeah. Do you know much about Gallipoli? That was an attack, wasn't it, on the Turks? You know who was commanding that attack? That was a disaster, wasn't it? It was Winston Churchill. Yeah, a lot of doors closed because of that to him, but he sent him into a killing ground. Yeah, he did, but he was related to the Queen. That went a long way, word thrown. Cousin or second cousin, wasn't it? He also had a stint in South Africa against the Boers, the Dutch Boers, didn't he? I remember they put up a wanted poster for him. But strangely enough, the first ever concentration camps in modern times that would have been under Churchill. But I think the history of that goes back a bit further, doesn't it? Were made... Sorry, I can't read that. During, sorry. Yeah, to recover more soldiers. Oh yeah, to rescue some of them. But it was an ill-planned attack. Yeah, it was the kind of World War I kind of attitude, Brutal, wasn't it? There was one interesting one they had, although I think it might have been a bit of an overkill. You remember that one where they actually dug a tunnel beneath the trenches and packed it with like 50 million tons of explosives of TNT and blew it away? It actually didn't have much effect, but it was interesting. Straight out of medieval times. Yeah. Sure. Well, I'm looking forward to that one. I think it was, yeah. That tactic is not... wasn't new at the time. That was one of the things they used to use to breach castle walls. They would dig a tunnel beneath, and then they would prop it with logs, so obviously it wouldn't collapse. They would fill it with oil and straw, and then just set a match to it and run. The logs would burn, and the foundation would collapse, and bang goes the wall. That's why there was. I remember a castle here, but it was built on what is now a rock quarry. It was built on solid stone, the castle, because of things like that. You know, they couldn't borrow to that. Not in medieval times, at least. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And the saboteur name, that came from Netherlands, wasn't it? Holland. You know the story of that one as well. But it's named after a shoe, a wooden clog. A sabot. Well, basically during the Industrial Revolution, let's say, when they were mechanizing everything, people were losing their jobs left, right and centre. Something like what AI is going to do now. But they weren't pleased. But they used to wear these wooden clogs, these shoes. And what they would do is they would stuff them into the cogs of the machine to break them. You know, hence, you know, the sabot, the saboteur. You know, someone that would, you know, sabotage something. Oh, this is only the second year, I think. I spent some really long seasons to, you know, start on the settlement and that.
Greetings.
But once I get a little bit more organised, I'll speed it up to the 3 days. Yeah. But 3 days is not long enough, you know, to do the quest, to bring in your settlers, and it takes ages to build a settlement. But the best about this, you can put it on 30 days. But any time after 3 days, once you've got everything done, you know, you can fast forward to the next season. So you could put it on 13, you could go on 3, you could go on 7, you could go on 20 days. So I think it's better doing it that way, so you're not kind of racing against time. But I will be speeding it up once I get a little bit more organised.
Let me show you my work.
No, we don't need this junk, guys. Or it... yeah, okay. We'll go with it. I don't know about the fertilizer. Yeah, until we get stock for fertilizer, we'll go with this. See, that's the problem now. We've got no cheap stuff to sell. Oh, we have. There. That's it. Right, that's that junk out.
It was nice.
Right,
You.
let's go. Oh yeah, we came here for settlers, didn't we? Oh, where are they holding these guys here? They could be here somewhere. Ah, okay. Let's see what kind of a ragtag bunch we get here. And thanks for lurking, Wartron. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's what? It's 5:30 a.m. for me, so it's probably around the midnight hour for you. Good night, Wartron. Have a good rest and have a great day. Take care and stay safe. Bye. So, age is wrong. Age is perfect. But you see what I mean? This is the last thing I need. You know what I mean? Anything except the fishing thing. That's horrible. That's a pity. And wrong age again. And anyway, the skills are brutal. Yeah, the other map, it was way easier to, you know, to get the right settlers. I suppose this makes it more interesting. Yeah, but 5 hours behind, yeah. Good night, Wartron. Have a good one. Bye. Right, let's, this one. Now, there is one of those symbols up for, a challenge. I wonder where that is. That is probably in the main town. Oh, where are we going again? There it is. Right, let's go. We've almost sold that junk we have. We should have enough to last through these 4 towns. Then we'll double back and we'll fill up again. Dump off this junk we have. Oh, at least we're not freezing to that. But I like his tire. We'll have to make that padded armor when we get back. Oh, we really need a horse, guys, you know that? No, that's... we don't need any clay or anything like that, we'll get it later. But there is one thing about this map, there's much more clay than the Oxbow map. Oh, come on. I'm tempted to do the unlimited weight, but yeah, kind of ruins the game. Not exactly a ton there, was there? Oh, we're kind of in a bad way. We meet bandits, so we should be okay. This neck injury is killing me. My left arm is almost numb. It's kind of hard to hold a controller. There's a lot of major nerves back there running to your shoulder, your elbow, and your fingers from there. I feel like someone's taken a baseball bat to my neck. Now, there should be a ton of vendors here. Oh, there should be a kind of cruise thing for running, you know that? Holding down on this directional stick and trying to move this guy is very hard on my thumb. Here we go. Okay. What you got?
How are you? Price is so low you don't need to haggle.
I'm storing up on animal feed. So when I do get this horse, I'll get a couple of seasons without having to worry too much. Oh, nothing else to sell. We'll have to be careful what we buy now. We're kind of running out of room. Okay.
There is nothing like the crackling of the coast
Too old.
to make you forget you're slipping outside today.
Ah, what is it with these guys? All too old.
Is there any weightlifting competition I don't know about?
I did an age limit on these to make it interesting. Now, how many vendors have we got here? One vendor, is it? It's funny, I thought there was 2 vendors here.
I wouldn't
Oh,
mind if the
apparently
king
one.
stepped from the throne, or if
Okay.
somebody helped him to resign.
Right, round 2. Just these 4 we need to do, then we'll double back. Oh, definitely run out of junk by then. hopefully we don't meet a wolf. It's almost like you're pushing this guy on with a controller. I think it's the rubbish Microsoft controllers, they're pretty stiff. Come on now. Oh, ridiculous. But we're better off sticking to the roads. What's that up there, guys? Nah, it's just a rocky outcrop. Aha, what's this? What have we got? We got some meat. And we got some fur. And of course we got some more. Never found meat in one of those before. I do know one thing, if we meet a wolf, we're in deep, deep, deep doo-doo. Here we go. I do, if we can get our first farmer, I might build a temporary stable. Be way easier to get around.
How can I help you? Only the best products here. So long.
Yeah, we don't have small stuff to sell. Okay. Ah, ridiculous. Every NPC is older than I am.
Hello there. Best goods in the realm.
Oh yeah, we need firewood. Okay, well, forget about the firewood then for a while. What about spruce bark? Okay. Oh, that's a pity. I'll need that eventually. What am I getting that for as well? I think it's something got to do with the dye we're making. That's the last time I'll buy that. No point if I haven't got that herbalist hut up. What I'm doing is making work for myself. Okay, this is the last one before we return to base. Then we'll restock and we'll hit the other ones. But if I... Well, the age is not even right. I might have to settle for it too. Oh, hang on. This is my storage spot here. I can dump off some of this junk here. Cool. That's what I always do. There's a mine here. So, the problem with the mine is... You've got to fill it up with tools and that, and then you're always coming out and doing that. But if you build one of these, they can get their junk from that, and it's kind of linked, you know, to all your stuff in the other spot. It's like No Man's Sky, you know, that quantum storage thing. And the benefit is as well, the amount of stuff you can store, it counts towards what you can store in your settlement as well. So you get a ton of storage, you don't have to come up here, and deliver weapons, or not weapons, tools. And you're not cluttering up your base with maybe 10 of these. But you'll still need some. So the guys can kind of store the stuff there. But most importantly, to get stuff from it. Now, animal feed. In you go. Flour. Fur. There was something else here too, wasn't there? Manure. Yeah, we'll dump the whole lot here. Plank. We'll sort it out later. Spruce bark. Wheat. Wool. There. Now, we're nice and light. I always do these permanent fires here. Now I just store them, I give them a ton of meat, but I took all the hunters away and pushed them into the mines for a while. Because we needed the money. So when we get back we'll have to do something. We'll have to do a spot of light hunting on the way back if we can. Now let's take a look at these guys and see how they're doing. Oh, everyone's happy so far. Yeah. So far. Now, last village. Oh, that was the last village. Okay. I don't know, could we hit that other one? What have we got here anyway? So maybe. Yeah, we'll hunt our way back. That's what we'll do. We'll need a room. So we'll head back here and we'll hunt our way back. And actually I might do a few quests in the winter. It's an ideal time. Perfect. So, we are on the hunt. Deer would be the target, but we'll need a neck shot for those guys. Uh-oh.
Finally, some entertainment.
Well, he's not that weak, is he?
Finally.
Oh, look, he's weak. What are we like? Oh, we lost a good bit of health. No, not really. There, that's not too bad. Right, let's collect our junk. I don't think they had any weapons, did they? Oh, they did. Copper axe. Was that a... What kind of knife was that, guys? I thought it said ivory. It was iron, was it? Huh. I took it a bit quickly there. Wonder what it was. There it is, ivory knife. Guys, that's new. Oh, it's it's a gift. Oh, nice. I don't think I've ever gotten one of those before. Not in loot, anyway. Probably get to buy them. I knew there was a knife there somewhere. What did I just do there, guys? Did I just destroy it? I probably did. I thought I could equip it there. Thought maybe it was something new that did. Yeah, I just got rid of it, guys. You are kidding me. Yeah, it's gone. Oh well, easy come, easy go. Yeah, I just clicked on it and it's gone. Ah, whatever. Silly thing. Okay. Alright, let's steal everything that I have. Oh, hi Kelly. And thanks for lurking, appreciate it. So comfy, yeah? We're just doing a bit on Medieval Dynasty. We'll be on for... Hopefully I'll try and go for another 2 hours. I've reached my 4-hour time, but I always try and push to 6. I should be able to do it. I enjoy this game. There, that's it, guys. Oh, hang on. There's a ton of junk here. I usually don't get this much junk. Yeah, okay. It's a pity I lost that stupid knife. I just clicked on it to see what it was and it disappeared. I wonder did it drop on the ground? Here. Oh, he has something. There's a copper knife. Oh! I have it. I actually put it back in his body. Okay. Crisis over. I didn't know I was still actually in his inventory. Now. Okay, in case we get jumped by a wolf here, we'll save. There. Cool. Right. We'll definitely have to do some hunting on the way back. This way. A couple of deer would be nice. Maybe a few boar. But there's one thing I would always target is moose. I used the trophies in the houses. Ooh, sugar, what's that? There's a boar. Now, let's see. I don't think they're great. This is the bronze bolt. I'll probably take a couple of shots if I don't get a decent headshot. Oh, I got him. I got him. That was a clean shot. We don't need any of this junk. We'll be able to carry it anyway. Meat is more important because I've kind of got rid of the hunters for a while. Kidding me? Yeah, I didn't get a clean headshot. Ah, sugar. This guy's gonna get me killed. Oh! Oh, I'm keeping away from that guy. Oh, there's no killing him. There's no killing him. There he is, he's down. We're keeping away from those guys. If you have the wood, you're better off building a fence or something. And yeah, it's coming at a bit, but almost impossible to kill. Well, they're pretty hard to kill. No, we don't need them that bad. Yeah, we'd just be loaded just in case. Squeak. Alright, let's get back. We definitely need something to drink as well. Where are we going this way? We're not far from home anyway. Hunt a few wabbits. Come on. We've got a family to feed. That's not too bad. I'm disappointed we didn't get anyone for a settlement, to be honest. But on this original map, let's say, you know, getting good candidates is pretty hard. They probably realised that and made them a little bit easier on the Oxbow map. But still makes it more interesting, I suppose. I see something move there. Nah, we're good. Right, let's get back. Oh, which I can see if this lady has enough buckets. There. Now, let's check out our little food storage. The rest is 75, 6, 7. What have we got? 4. Get another 3 of these. There, they look okay. Yeah, they've got plenty of food. Now, well, we need 11 buckets anyway. We'll keep that topped up. Okay. Yeah, I'll hold these for a while actually. You sometimes get a little quest to supply junk like that. Just the stuff we want to keep. I think that's it. There's something I wanted to take from here, was there? Probably not. Ah, we're good. Oh yeah, I wanted to check on the pickaxes. 3. No, we're pretty good on that. Oh yeah, buckets. We need buckets. That's right, we need buckets. There's 2 there. We need 10 more. I think I said 12. Or could have been more. Doesn't make much of a difference anyway. That is kind of buggy. Sometimes it can be a bandit, but sometimes it's not. Is it a bandit? Probably. But it's annoying. Just until I get the resource storage sorted. Okay. Okay. Brought one too much. I'll tell you what I'll do with that bucket. For the time being, we'll leave it there. Yeah, we'll collect it again in a moment. Now, we need to get some sleep. I just had to build out to get a quest done. No real use for a jet. Oh. No, we didn't get it at 4. We'll get it after. Yeah, we wanted to build that padded armor. The old padded armor. Now. Okay. Trim off this junk here. Alright, we're almost ready. And we gotta get rid of that food as well. But we need about 6 or 7. Yeah, not even that 5 would probably do. Get rid of the good stuff. Yeah, that would do. Right, we'll grab those knives that we're selling and then we're off. Yeah, I've got a ton of them. What's our maximum weight on this? See, we don't want to be too heavy. Yeah, okay. We'll try that. 110 knives. Ah, that's a lot of knives. Okay. Now, let's see. Our temperature is pretty decent. We're just about right. Okay. Now, we've done those 4. So what I want to try and do... Well... I really want to be hitting these 2 first. When I hit those 2, then we'll be shooting back those 2 and then them. Yeah, what's going on here? There must be a bandit here somewhere. Yeah, we're carrying a lot of junk. Okay. You see, if I hit Denica, I'll have to do... Okay, we'll do these 2. Yeah. Chances are, if we find some bandits, we're carrying too much. Really need a horse. There's no way I can outrun a bandit. I would have to hit these guys. They've got more vendors, more cash. We'll get rid of this. I'll have some kind of temporary sable up by the next time anyway, because this is taking too long without a horse. That's why I've been buying up the animal feed. Give me a chance to organize something. This is ridiculous. Oh, hang on. I suppose we could use the cart. Well, if we're going to use the cart, then I'm going to max out. Yeah, okay, we'll use the cart. Because this is ridiculous. Yeah, it's going to take too long. Oh. There. Yeah, the cart is just here, but it's expensive. Now, what? Well, basically, once you get in with a king here, you can put up your own sign, and you can actually use the cart to get back home. But I think what they should have doing is giving you your own kind of free cart or something, or at least get free trips back to it. It'd be something to work towards. Ah, sugar. Okay. Now we won't be able to carry him, unfortunately. We'll have to do without that. I might be here when we come back, I suppose. I doubt it. Right. So any one of these two, Gostovia, okay. They're on the same. Gostovia, I would say. We keep a look out for that vendor that sells those seeds.
How are you?
Gostovia, as I tell you, pretty expensive. $240. Right. Alright, let's see. Come on. Give me at least one. Age is... No. Oh, they're horrible. Ones and twos. That is horrible. Oh, the challenge is here as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, we just get some cash before we do.
Oh, it's you.
Excuse me. Okay, 14. There's nothing really there for 14, is there? Not really. Oh yeah, we got this chunk.
Again, goodbye.
Right, we'll save it here before we see if we can do this. Ah, come on now. Right, let's see what it is.
Hello there.
Oh, I should probably aware of all the salt. Oh, I think I've got a ton of salt. Right. Oh, pickaxes. And lanterns. Pickaxes. I don't know about the lanterns. We'll see. Oh, you don't even care, do you? Okay. Let's see what it is anyway.
All guests are welcome.
Let's see what it is.
I'm here.
Oh, taxes coming up as well next season. Salt of the earth. 10 pickaxes. And 15 hand lanterns. What do I need for a hand lantern? Let's see if I can make them before, I suppose I could buy them. How long does this run out? Seasons until quest expiration 5. I think we'd be safe.
Here on the king's behalf.
How are you?
A haircut?
So long.
No. Okay, there's one vendor in particular we're looking for. The problem is I don't know where it's gonna show up.
How do you do? Whatever you need, I've got it.
Okay. Okay. That's what else we got here. We've got this thing. Now, that's about it for that. Pretty much gotten rid of that junk. Right. Yeah, that's about it.
Good luck.
Right, I know there's got to be more vendors here. Are you sure there's a lady here somewhere? Oh no, here, there she is, kitchen. I see they've got kids.
Hello there.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Well, that's all we can do here Still no luck with the workers. Might have to change my tactics if this keeps up. No, I think that's all. Yeah, you can see the vendors from here. Oh, there's two of them down here, is there? Where's the other guy? Oh, there he is. Okay.
How are you?
Best goods in the valley.
Okay, that would probably work.
Take care.
Oh no, saw another vendor. Oh, who's that person with a feather? Have a look for a moment. There, Edwin. No, we've done him. That's the feather. And then you got the tavern. We've done that. Account. Yeah, that's it. You see, with the new DLC, there's this person that keeps showing up around the tavern. There's always someone different.
The king is starting to
There's some plants and you only get one shot each time. There's only one seed. And I need a ton of them. One a season is not that good.
Best goods in the valley.
Okay.
Goodbye.
We've got to nip over to the other one and then we'll should be able to run back, I'd say. There it is there. It's just right across the river. And we'll have to make it home. And we've got those two and then the last two. But we'll be taking yeah, we'll take an Uber there. I'm carrying a ton of junk as well. Well, that's as fast as he can walk. He's kind of a little on the heavy side. Yeah, if we have time, we probably will after we raid these villages. We'll see if we can get the resource storage in. We need them badly. Now, this controller is killing my hand. Okay.
I'm not saying it's not. How do you do? Whatever you need, I've got it.
Okay. Oh yeah, they wanted lanterns, didn't they? This might save me some time. Although I think they're pretty expensive. ABC, no, he hasn't got them. There it is, hand lantern. Wow. Wow. 5 of them would be like 2.5 grand. What are these guys worth? 150. Let's see what they're worth each.
Best goods in the valley.
We won't be getting that anyway. Yeah, we get 150. So what did I say it was? It was about 500 each. About 3 of these, so 15. Yeah, okay. Save as making them, I suppose.
My wares never disappoint.
Wow. Okay. There. About it, isn't it? Yep.
So long.
Is that exactly what this guy wanted? Yeah, that is. Pickaxes are no problem, I can make those. I think I can even make those, but I'm not sure. I've got all the materials.
You're so handsome. Why
I know.
Maybe I'll start. I've been sober since last
Sugar.
No. The name of Moreover doesn't come from the word boring.
Oh, there's someone I need badly. Yeah, we're taking now. She's a farmer as well. No, hunter. Okay. And a miner. Right. Let's save this for a moment.
How is life treating you?
Okay. Yeah, these are all the houses here. So they're all full up. So I get this one. And we'll put you there. And what? She is hunter, miner. I think we'll have to put her into hunting, you know that. There. Okay, that's one anyway. See, I did say 18 to 21, unfortunately. Now, if I needed to pair up someone, let's say I got them when they were X age and nah. Okay, we'll do it the hard way, it's more fun. Yeah, it's more fun. Okay, I think that's all. What, just one vendor? No, here's another chicken lady.
Oh, it's here again. Price is so low, you don't need to haggle.
Right. There, that's it, guys. We're done here. At least we got one, but that's
Good luck.
kind of lame, just getting one. Yeah, we're good. Okay, we need to make it home. Ah, it's a good bit over, isn't it? Right, where's that carriage driver? get a lift to the closest town. Yep, that's what we'll do. Where's that carriage driver? There he is. So we're going to there. Yeah, that's not far. That wolf might even be there when we get there.
Hello.
We need to go. My good God. This guy is daylight robbery. But it beats, you know, running for 15 minutes all the same. No, I don't think the wolf will despawn. Yes, Junk doesn't despawn, I think they'll change seasons. So he's probably still here. Oh, sugar. There's another guy here as well. Here we go. Ah. Ah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay. We've got some problems here. What is it? Oh yeah, the system hasn't got her in yet, has it? Hey, that can't be right. No, she's not in here. Okay. Ah, that's stupid. There. I thought I put her in a house. No, the wolf despawned. It's just a band. No, he's there. He's there, is he? Yeah, he's there. Just wasn't sure. That's it, the symbols are gone now. Good. Right, okay, let's see if we can make these other lanterns for this guy. Right, let's dump this junk. Oh, hi, how are you, marksman? Oh, pretty decent. I'm getting out the last few achievements on this. It's my first playthrough on the Valley map. And before that we did a a large settlement in on the Oxbow map. And how have you been? How was your day? Sorry, I was kind of on this here, and the game, you kind of get caught up in it. Oh, yeah, it's been a while since I've got an empty nest. My kids have left home, and they've got their own families. But I know what the feeling is like. Now, we just get rid of the meat. Your kid is young, yeah? Now we've been getting hard to get some decent guys to fill this place. Yeah, we put that in there for a moment. Now we just get rid of that meat. Oh, 10 months. Yeah, I was around the same age, late 20s. Yeah, it's a good age to settle down. You've got your head on your shoulders. I was about, to be honest, I think I was about the same age, about 29. Yeah. Yeah, about 29. That was a long time ago. Now I'll just get something to drink, guys. It won't be a moment. But 10 months, yeah. They're still not too bad at 10 months. Yeah. Yeah, but you see so many kids getting married young, 18, 19, 20. It's a lot of responsibility. In your late 20s, it's an ideal time. You've seen a bit more, Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I see young couples now, early 20s. Marriage can be hard to work, or a partnership, and doing it so young. Oh. But 10 months it's actually not a bad age. When they get to around 2, maybe a little worse. Then when they get to 14, oh, yeah, the fun begins then. Now, right, let me just get rid of this food for a moment. I will give you that. Let's see. Oh, they've got plenty of food anyway. I'll leave that meat there for a while. So, we'll just collect some more junk. What time is it anyway? 4. Okay, we'll have to kill some time here. I'll say we'll do a bit of wood cutting. Nice. Finish. Nice. Oh, you're in Finland now. That's cool. And you're in law enforcement. Nice. Yeah, was there once, but not for long, to be honest. Doing some work. That was a long time ago. That was, my God. That was in the 80s. the 1980s. Now, let's save it here. But this is what I've been doing here. This is the best spot I've found, Marksman, for what I want to do. This is a really, really decent indie game. And thanks for following. I appreciate it and welcome. Welcome to the community. So this is the map view here. Yeah, here we go. So I'm kind of starting off like that, slowly. There's a problem getting the right settlers in. But I did the Oxbow map, that was quite fun. We finished the settlement there. Then I went to a few other games. And now I'm back again. That was about, what, 6 months ago, I think? But this is the other one I finished on the Oxbow map. I think I still have to save here. Yeah, I do. Oxbow. Yeah, I got it about, I think about 8 months ago. But I was surprised. It's a lot better than I thought it would be. What impressed me most is the settlers and how they kind of traverse around the settlements. I've played BGS games for a long, long time. You know, the likes of Fallout 4 and that, where there's building and, you know, the settlements, you fix them up and whatever. When you put anything new in, it's a disaster. You know, moonwalking against walls, falling off ledges, you know, spawning on roofs, you know, beneath houses, that kind of stuff. Even got to the stage where I thought maybe, you know, doing the padding on an NPC, you know, might be quite difficult. But apparently not. These guys, you know, did it perfectly. And they've only got a fraction of the crew and the resources that BGS have. So, it's not that BGS cannot do it. They won't do it. Typical slop from those guys. Oh, there's a Wild West version, is there? Is it? Ah, I see. Yeah, different guys. No, wouldn't be interested. Yeah. But these guys, you can tell that they, you know, enjoyed what they were doing. It wasn't just for the money. Yeah. A different group, yeah. But I played a game called, don't ever get it, it's called Retreat to Enon or NN. It looked quite good. Pretty decent graphics. The game could have been okay. But 4 of the achievements were permanently bugged. And it was probably the most grindiest game I've ever played. So I didn't check it out much. But I went to the store and I tried to leave a review, which, you know, it would let you do. So I typed everything in and it went in. And then it said, not enough reviews, you know, to display them, which was BS. The game has been out on console 2 years and it's been out on PC for 5. So surely they've got enough reviews. But the game is absolute trash. And Microsoft won't let anyone, you know, review it, because, you know, if anyone reviews it, obviously, you know, they're not going to sell it. But it took me a lot of research. It's almost like the game doesn't exist. But I tracked down the companies. What were they called? Oh, I forget. But yeah, no one's heard from them since. But it's a pity. It's a pity. But that really ticked me off. And on console there's no way of getting rid of it from my library. This is what I did before the DLC came out, so I picked up the DLC for €5. There's not much in it, but it's okay. I don't mind giving them money. These guys, you know, they deserve it, to be honest. And then this is my little pad here. But a very relaxing game. Yeah, yeah. That's why I picked this spot here, the waterfall. And of course the mine is a nice help as well.
Taxes got lower. I'm not sure why, but I won.
Come here and share all your troubles. I'm great at pretending to care. I wonder how much tax Castellan collects
But
for such
I
a
wanted this to be a reasonable size, but as the game kept going on, it just kept getting bigger. Yeah, I think it's done this way. But the game can take it, you know. But I wouldn't like to do anything bigger than this. Yeah, it's still pretty stable. Just pumped out buildings. I was tempted, yeah. I was tempted. Oh, hang on, we can do this, can't we? Yeah. Ah, this is a better... Oh, goodness. Yeah, this is a better view. This is a biggie. Yeah, put a few hours into this one. And this is what I called it. Well, the English translation is Far From Home. Oh, hang on. I give it another one here. But what impressed me the most was probably the simplest thing. How seamless the animals and the NPCs, you know, could get around here without bumping into stuff. I was easily enough impressed, you know, after playing, you know, Todd's games for so long. The building limit. Yeah, it's kind of tempting to do that. I would usually go with just outside where I'm going to build with something like that, you know, while I'm working on something. But what I did is I lined up the houses with the fields. Now the downside is the roads are never, you can see here. Yeah, that's the layout there. See where the road is kind of going like that? But once you line with the fields, it looks way better. You know, ideally you'd like to line with the road, but then you've got the fields looking off. Horrible. But this was not the easiest place to build on. And all you could do with something like this obviously is put fields in and, you know, the humps and all of the other junk. Once I did this kind of barricade thing all the way around, I had a problem. You know, the river here. I was trying to figure out how I could seal it in, so just pump the bridge in and put down a few nets. Well, you don't really need the fences here, but you know, it looks a little better that way. Not a lot. Tiny bit. Not my generation. Actually, the younger generation much more so. About, let's say, starting probably around the 1990s, they kind of went into overdrive with Gaelic schools. You know, Gaelic school. But in my time, you know, when I went to school in, you know, the very early 70s, it wasn't a thing. You know, we learned some basic stuff, and like everything else, you'll forget a lot if you're not speaking it, you know. It's kind of like if you're visiting a country and, you know, you pick up a decent few words and you never go back and you don't speak to anyone in that language, and, you know, before you know it, in a decade or so, you've forgotten most of it. My granddad, however, was a lot different. But he spoke an older version of the modern Irish we have now. More akin, I would say, to the likes of maybe the Celtic stuff and that, going way back. But still a lot of the modern Irish in it as well. So yeah, it has evolved a bit, but not as much as the English language, you know. But the reason, the reason why the language died off here, let's say from about the 15th century onwards. Well, basically, during the 700-year occupation, and there was a law which basically said, if you spoke Irish, if you spoke Gaelic, you carried a death sentence. That pretty much finished the language. It's a hard one to master. It's very... It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like Russian, you know. But here, the only people, well, so far anyway, some of the younger generation, but it will take another couple of generations, to be honest. But here, the only ones who would speak it fluently are teachers. That would be, you know, one of the qualifications, and probably some people in media, you know, and that. But it's had a resurgence in, let's say, from the 90s on. So it will gain traction from there. It was the same with Gaelic names and surnames. And they were all anglicised by law. Medieval times was brutal. But it's pretty much like that everywhere. So, oh yeah, the animals up here, this is it. This one here, this was... Yeah, it was definitely fun to build. That was a horrible piece of thing to get around. You know, stables, goats, donkeys, sheep, cows, all that stuff. But getting indeed on a map was pretty hard to do. But a fun challenge. And that's it. That's our little our little base. It's a bit cramped, but it would do. Yeah, it's a ridiculous size. It's probably the biggest I've ever gone on a settlement. Oh yeah, the harbour here as well. But definitely fun. But so much little small things to do. It does take a while. Now, let's load up. I've still got about an hour-ish if I can make it, but we'll see. Yeah, this one here, isn't it? And we'll get back to the valley map. Yes, it's had a big resurgence. Oh, Sullivan. Yeah, nice. Yes, there was a lot, yeah. You know what the O is in, let's say, an Irish name? The O would be son of. So son of Sullivan. It would be O here. Scotland was Mac. Germany von. Van. Holland. Yeah. I'm familiar with some of it, alright. Yeah. I'm familiar with some of it. But that was fun times indeed. But there would have been 4 provinces ruled that time by 4 kings. That would have been Ulster, Leinster, Munster and Connacht. And then under Beru, wasn't it, Brian? The last of the Vikings were driven off. Ragnar's son actually was killed in the last battle. Did you ever hear of a guy called, I think it's Ivor the Legless? Yeah, he was one of Ragnar's. Do you remember that TV series that had Vikings? That was actually a lot more historically accurate than you might think. You remember that, if you've ever watched it, that part where, you know, he had a kid and it was deformed and they kept it anyway. Yeah. Yeah. But for the longest time, yeah, they called him the Legless as well. And after a bit of investigating, the researchers thought that he was just a drunk, maybe. They called him Legless because he was always drunk. But yeah, you're right, he had no bones in his legs. It was a condition. Do you remember that guy? Oh, he was infamous there for a while. The South African athlete. He won the Paralympics. Remember, he unalived his girlfriend or wife or something. She was sitting in the bathroom on the toilet and he shot 6 or 7 times through the door. Yeah. Pistorius or some strange name. But if you Google him, yeah, you should be able to find him. He had the same condition. Born with no bones. Very, very rare. But he unalived his girlfriend. And it was like, you know, there was a big trial and yeah, everyone reckons that, you know, he got away with it. But it's hard to know, you know. But, you know, shooting your girlfriend as she's going to the toilet in your home, I don't know, it's a, you know, mistaking her for a burglar. It's pretty silly mistake to make. Pistoria, yeah, something like that. Yeah, That guy. That's the same condition, isn't it? Pistorius, yeah, Pistorius. Sounds almost Latin, doesn't it? Now, okay, what we're doing, need some food, water, and get some more junk for the morning. Oh yeah, I said I was going to get some wood because we have some time. Well, it's too late to make it to a town. Yeah, we might have a little bit of time to get some wood. There's a couple of stray wolves here as well. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, yeah. From what I heard, but I'm not 100%, he was born with a condition. Let's say, you know, where there was no bones formed in his legs. I know it's very rare, I know it is a thing. Yeah. But it kind of sounded like, yeah, it was an accident, but I think it was from birth. Yeah. I think it was from birth. I don't know where I heard that or picked it up. Now, there's still a couple of stray wolves here. We want to be careful, but I think I can handle them. Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? But for the longest time, you know, everyone thought it was called... Yeah, it used to be called a legless, the boneless, yeah. But in our books anyway, and it went back to that time, you know, monks would, you know, have a lot of fun writing books on the Vikings. But yeah, there's a lot of mentions, you know, about him, I think. And here, I think they called him the legless. And then, you know, let's say, you know, when researchers were doing it in the 70s and 80s, they thought, you know, maybe he was, you know, fond of meat or something. But after a little bit more research, apparently he had no legs. He had that condition. They kind of went with it as well on the TV series, didn't they? I think they did, yeah. But apparently the Vikings carried him around on their shield until the Battle of... I think it was Clontarf, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was. But that was the last of the Vikings here in this country. But that would have been... I think roughly about a century and a half, 2 centuries after they were driven from Britain. Yeah, yeah. I didn't either, strangely enough. Yeah, I kind of zoned out after a while, you know. But it was pretty decent, yeah. It was, you know, for a TV series, it was pretty accurate. Well, it was a lot more accurate, let's say, than Braveheart. That was not very accurate, but it was fun. There was little bits here and there. Oh, I didn't even watch it that far. Yeah, I didn't even watch it that far. But obviously, you know, TV series and especially movies would take creative license and something like that. There would be some grains of truth here and there. I'll get these down quickly. Quickly. This is not a great spot, let's say, you know, for a base when it comes to sourcing wood, because these are all birch. You just get 2 wood. Probably the worst, well, is the worst tree in the game. The maple will be 4. Not too bad, and then the other ones are 3, those forest ones. They're pine or something. Oh, yeah. Okay, we need a next shot because this is a bronze bolt. Gotcha. Yeah. Always game for some more food. Oh my god, he took that shot. There goes my arrow. Yeah, so you're better off with the poisoning our but I didn't have time to make up the hut yet. Oh well. You can keep that as a memento then. Nah, you want almost a headshot on these guys. They have a ridiculous amount of health. Oh, he's bleeding out alright, is he? He is. Are you ever gonna... No, we lost an arrow. We're gonna waltz into a bear or something now, you know that? Okay, we better keep this up then. Oh, at least somebody paid for it. The stag. But I really need moose. I think they're the best ornaments for decorating. Yeah, where did that come out of? Oh, he died eventually. About time. Ah, that's enough. That's enough. Right. Let me just grab one more of these on the way out. We're stored away and that should be enough. Did you ever play Valheim, Marksman? That's a brilliant building game. The graphics obviously not as good as this, but it's a huge game. But it's more focused on the combat. This one is more kind of exploration and building, and it's a lot. Yeah, I did a lot on Valheim. I was 9 months straight on that game. Wonderful game. Mega impressed with the physics. You know, especially the smoke physics and that. But my first base on that, we built it right on the coast. A little lighthouse. We did a kind of, we call it Raven Manor. Large gardens, you know, you need to grow junk. Massive fortified wall. With a walkway. You know, with a canopy like that. That medieval stuff. And a huge, huge harbour. That was fun. I didn't get a chance to post that yet. That was a... Oh, sugar. That was ages ago I did that. We did a few builds on that. Another one on a snowy mountain. Yeah, that was decent as well. Right, let's go with this. We'll just scavenge our way back. I don't have anyone collecting sticks. Oh, I never really checked on my settlers either, did I? Yeah, I started playing the indie games when the so-called AAA companies start churning out that relentless slop. What did we start off with? You know, we started off with the likes of Valheim. We went to Subnautica, then Subnautica Below Zero, No Man's Sky, another great game. What else did we do? We did a few more as well. This is impressive. It's well balanced. Yeah, okay. Let's store this. There's something so relaxing about these kind of games where you can kind of take your own pace and you've got some time to actually look around and, you know, do your own thing. Valheim for the best part is like that. It's just when you're pushing forward to make some decent stuff, you've got to take out the bosses. So it's kind of different in that regard. You know what? We have to make a ton of pickaxes, don't we? We actually do. Where's those logs? Okay, we could probably manage that. Well, we're running low on them anyway, and the guy needs 10, and then we got to check out for those lanterns, don't we? Okay. Let's sleep till morning anyway. Yay! Now, sleep till morning. It's still a long time in early access, isn't it, Valheim? I think they want to do one more area, I think, isn't it? It's been in early access for the longest time. Yeah, it was pretty decent, alright, yeah. But I think everything like that on the Xbox, Marksman, that requires the kind of multiplayer thing, they've hidden it behind a subscription. They've done the same, well, you can play the game and do all of that stuff, but if you want to see other players, you've got to pay Microsoft. Not like that on PC. It was the same with No Man's Sky. You had to have, at the very least, you need to have Xbox or Game Pass Core. So basically, you could meet up with other players, and there was like 20 rubbish games from the 360 with broken, missing achievements that nobody would want. You were right. Yeah, it's become very, very toxic now. You know, the games that, you know, people are getting for free or for a couple of bucks on PC. Not like that here. Basically a cash cow. I remember reading a comment where somebody was complaining that the multiplayer thing on No Man's Sky was hidden behind a subscription, but he was complaining to one of the so-called Xbox ambassadors. And it didn't sound much like an ambassador to me, but I was reading the thread, and they were very, very, very rude and condescending. They were definitely Microsoft fanboys. But they were saying, oh, well, you bought your console at a reduced rate. This BS that is costing them more. And they've got to get their money back. Yeah. It is, absolutely. And, they really tore into this guy. To be honest, they wouldn't do it to me. But I have the X series, and it's perfect. Everything is working. I can play my games, the physical ones. But I noticed about 8-9 months ago, maybe a little longer, my Oblivion wouldn't play my New Vegas and Fallout 3. So I said, what's going on here? So I checked the console, so I had another game, I put that in and it was playing perfectly. And these games are practically new. So I said, what's going on? So then I did a little bit of experimentation, and I noticed from my library, only the physical games that I had a digital version of also played. Anything I didn't have a digital version of, didn't play. And it wasn't like I was putting in the disc, but it was giving me the digital version. You could hear it spinning, when the ones that would play, and then the other ones were just dead. So it was some kind of recognition thing. They did, didn't they? You were right. Yeah, you were right. The 360 was the best of them, to be honest. But I went to the Microsoft help desk, and they were messing me about for about an hour, but I didn't mind. So they were getting fed up, so they sent me to their hatchet man. So I explained the situation. Brutal, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely brutal. But he did the old spiel, reset your thing and clear all of this stuff off your console, so you'll lose all your passwords and it will take you hours to get it back. So I told him, I said, no, it's just not that, I did all that. I explained the situation, how it was selectively picking the discs that I didn't have a backup digital version of. Well, not backup, but a digital version as well. So, he was, we were on for a long time, but he was obviously getting fed up. But he was asking me some strange questions. It was obviously, this kind of stuff was outsourced by Microsoft, and this guy was fishing for more information than he was entitled to. So I was very, very suspicious of him, to be honest. He was asking me questions that, if he had access to Microsoft systems, he would know. But that's beside the point. So he said, okay, he said, you're telling me that your disk is perfect. Yes. I said, there's not even a scratch in it, it's perfect. So he said, go on some website, he said, sell it, and then buy a digital version. I said, what? Are you serious? I said, I never envisioned, I said, when I bought a game, I said, from BGS, I said, from Microsoft, that I would actually have to become a salesman to actually play it. Well, he said, there's nothing we can do. Talk to BGS. And then if you went to BGS, it would be talk to Microsoft. So I'm almost done now with Microsoft, to be honest. I've gone through 4 Elite 2 controllers in about 12 months. Their average lifespan is about 8 to 10 weeks. Buttons sticking, seizing, literally shattering in my hand, and this cheap rubber fitting they have round it. It peels off within a few weeks just from the heat of your hands. And it's really reasonable at 190 euros. So if you're doing any kind of gaming, you would probably need one every 3 months. So, that they're absolute rubbish. I wouldn't recommend them to anyone. And then they're wondering why they're losing console wars. Make a decent product. You're not this dollar store slop. Absolutely, they're toxic. They really are. And then, let's say out from that, they've been hacking and cutting and slicing, jobs. The second they got their hands on any kind of AI to do the help desks, they sacked 9,000 workers. They'll always do that, let's say, when they're making record profits. No company is nice. But I've noticed with Microsoft, within the past decade or so, they used to think a little bit more about their PR, but now, not so much. Because we're living in an age where, corporations and organizations have no shame. Because no matter what they do, no matter how bad it is, it might be for a day or two a storm in a teacup, and then everyone forgets about it and moves on. That kind of stuff, But there will be a reckoning coming for these companies. People will have enough eventually. Yeah, nickel and diming people and that kind of junk. Squeezing people. No. But yeah, I'm sorry I didn't take a screenshot of that guy from the help desk and post it. But then they'd probably close my account. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. But the slop they're making now in the video games, how does it take, Marksman, 7 years that we know of to make a game like Starfield? Seeing as New Vegas was done decades ago, in 18 months. Okay, it was buggy on that, but they eventually fixed it, but that Starfield is an abomination. I was really looking forward to that. I was really disappointed. On paper it looked good, but been stuck in a loading screen simulator for a spaceship, and I remember New Atlantis, that's what it was called. We took off in my ship from New Atlantis when I arrived in space. It's funny now, but it wasn't at the time. I got there minus my ship and got spaced. So, what was it I said? One small step for Croc, one giant leap for Todd. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And this was after they had a year to polish it. There wasn't even a map, Marksman. The most basic thing on games. Didn't even have a map. And now eventually, with this massive PR campaign, they gave it a map and a buggy. The game wasn't designed for a buggy. But that game is, oh my, it's bad. It really is. How many, if you count every time that game was sold on every platform and every edition, I think he sold that game almost 36 times, didn't he? Yeah, no wonder it's their biggest earner. what is it, 30 million copies or something? That's because he sold it probably 1,000 times. But do you remember what they did? It was disgusting. Do you remember the 360s we had when we had Skyrim? Remember when we changed to the Xbox One? We had to buy it again. It wasn't backwards compatible. That was a really slimy thing to do. Absolutely, that was a slimy thing to do. I think when you buy something from someone, if they do something silly like that, you should get it for free or, almost nothing. Yeah, it wouldn't make it. We all had to buy it again. And then they did the anniversary edition. Oh my god, I got caught with that one. I said, okay. Again, you see, it pays to do some research. I said, what they'll probably do is they'll fix the graphics a little bit. Maybe they might fix some of the bugs. Maybe add a few quests. Maybe even a new achievement or two. That's what I was hoping for. I think it was my wife bought it for me on her anniversary. But what it was basically the same game with mods. Yeah. You know the junk they had on the Creation Club thing? All of that at once, and you couldn't pick and choose. All of it together. Every last piece. It was a nightmare. Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time. Absolutely. People need to stop buying them. It's not going to happen. But, we can complain as much as we want. We can shame them as much as we want, even if they acknowledge it. But there's only one thing that would make them listen, and that's money. It's as simple as that. It's why they're so toxic. It's the only way to stop these guys. Like, take for instance when Shattered Space came out. That was even, let's say, not as well received as, the base game, which was not really received well at all. Much worse. Even the guys that liked the base game, which all 10 of them, I think, didn't like the DLC. But I remember Todd was doing an interview. It was definitely a puff piece because, this interviewer, had his own little thing going and he was pretty tight with BGS. So, Todd was feeling kind of, pretty safe. But you asked him a question. Maybe it got him a little bit by surprise. Why did people not like the DLC? So he kind of paused for a moment. And he said, well, that's my fault. I might be paraphrasing this a little bit. He said, what I should have done, he said, was holding back the map and the buggy until, on the update. Oh, no, sorry. Holding back the map and some other things until the DLC came out and release it with the DLC. Yeah. So, that was the problem. Actually, the problem was Todd is too nice, he's too generous, and he's too giving. And we've all been taking advantage of that poor guy. But he just gave too much, and we didn't appreciate it. Because, what was it he said? Skyrim players don't know what they want. I know what they want. And apparently what we wanted was pretty convenient for Todd, because we wanted more slop, and we wanted more paid mods, and more bugs. So, it all ended pretty well. That kind of stuff. And then let's say their childish response to criticism of Starfield. If you were new on the scene, you would think that BGS Studios was like a couple of kids in a basement making a game, you know, that kind of stuff. Absolutely ruined Fallout 4. I can never play it again now because of him. Yeah, the stuttering it's too much. Absolute. He'll do that eventually to all the games. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing BGS maybe or Microsoft sell on the IPs of those, but he can't because it's, you know, it's something nice for him to fall back. And as long as he has the IPs, you know, he thinks he'll have, you know, um, the loyalty of, you know, the kind of base for that game. And to a certain extent, he's right. But when he does mess up the Elder Scrolls, which he will absolutely do, and Fallout 4, if there is any justice, BGS will be toast. Yeah. Because, you know, there's one thing you can see all the way since Morrowind. Each game they come out with is lacking. More lacking than the last, so, you know, obviously there's a cumulative effect on that. You know, you went from the story of Morrowind, you know, you went to Oblivion, you know, and then you went to Skyrim. Each time the story was a little worse, but they gave you something. You know, there was better graphics and more immersive in Oblivion. And in Skyrim it was much bigger and again, better graphics again, although the story was lacking, you know. So, we won't count the multiplayer ones, but, you know, on launch they were dumpster fire. And then you had, you know, the one big game they did since Skyrim that the so-called A-team was on, and that was Starfield. And on that, they had a chance to do their own lore, to start from scratch. And you see what the lore was. You know, you were mining a rock, and, you know, some guy gave you a free ship. You went to see some explorers that don't explore, to do all their work. You basically had every one of your followers had the same personality. You couldn't play as a pirate. And the whole main quest line was finding a cave and floating through a circle. Who made the cave? Nobody knows. Why did they make the cave? No one knows. A little bit like the mystery of the dwarfs. And that was the main story. The side quests were the buggiest I've ever seen. And they had a year, apparently. They held it back for a year to polish it. It was mediocre. I couldn't even call it a mid game. I remember literally, you know, running across a planet for 20 minutes to get to nothing. Or doing a quest where some guy wants you to go to the other side of the galaxy to get him a chocolate bar or something like that. There was absolutely no imagination in that game. It was horrible. And it's a pity. Now, there's one thing it did have going for it. They were on the right track but failed miserably, and that was the shipbuilding. No Man's Sky did a decent job on that. Just that, I suppose. Now, of course, BGS, I think they'll do the same with that as they did with 76. They'll keep pumping in paid mods on that one. And I think maybe that's why they left it so empty, Marksman. They knew the core fans would buy it, and we'd get caught, and they've never been punished before. We'll buy the next one, and so on and so on. So they can sell any kind of slop they want. But if they left the game so boring and so empty that to play it you would need to buy all these mods, yeah, maybe that was the reasoning. But it's a pretty poor long-term strategy. Maybe. Oh, they want... I I take Oblivion Remastered, for instance. Yeah, they did a little bit of cleaning up on it. It's the same engine, same bugs, only the graphics on Unreal, same physics problem. BGS are the only company that I know of that haven't got a clue how to work the Havoc engine. But 65 euros, about 70 bucks, Marksman here for that. Oh, I'm in the very near future. I've absolutely had it with console, but it's not just been taken for granted, and having to pay way more than anyone else. The lack of decent games, and it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Oh. Okay, trim all of these. Okay. Now. Oh yeah, I'm carrying the logs, aren't I? No, I think somebody needs something. But if and when I do switch to PC, there's some games I definitely want to try. Enderal, that one where they took the Skyrim map and totally redid it. I wouldn't mind playing that. And of course, Fallout London. That looks pretty decent. But when you see modders giving their time and their energy making something like Fallout London and giving it for free, and then you see BGS charge 25-30 bucks for a pretty short DLC that's absolute rubbish, you have to say to yourself, what's going on here? Now, what are we here for? Well, yeah, we're making the... let's see. But it really gets my blood up when I think about the way they treat their IPs and their customers. I would say there's some, but like, I try to put myself in their shoes where, you have a job in an economy that's kind of unstable, and your boss tells you to do something, or if you do something, they say, nah, no, just dumb it down and make it something, that we could fit in. I could understand, you probably have a mortgage, family to feed, and that kind of stuff. Yeah. I think you would have to lay the blame, at the guys that give this the okay. This goes all the way to the top. And now it's Microsoft, But even if you had, let's say, even if every dev was like that, they would go to their manager with that slop, and he'd say that slop was okay. And then wouldn't it be Microsoft, obviously, that had the last say? Because if they didn't, I'm surprised that they made such a big company. No, they would give it the go-ahead. But the blame could be shared, yeah. But I think most of the blame lies at the top. Kind of lies at the top. Like Todd has really nothing got to do with anything. He's just a mouthpiece, really, yeah. So-called kind of PR guy. But when Todd is doing an interview, or especially when he's doing the PR hype thing before the release of a game, I can tell exactly the problems with his game by what he's saying. Wouldn't mind playing poker with Todd. But when he's hyping up a game, when he lays it on thick on certain aspects, like let's say Fallout 4, he said, There was seamless loading screens in Fallout 4, as if they weren't even there. I was often stuck for 5-10 minutes in a loading screen. I was talking to a guy that said he was stuck for 2 days in a loading screen. How true that is, I don't know, but he said he left his console on. It took 2 days. Suspect, but I've been stuck. Sometimes I've got to kind of quit the game and restart and load back. It gets so bad. So that wasn't seamless. Fallout 76, 16 times the detail. Starfield, he said it was the most comprehensive building system yet in his games. Again, they were the worst aspects of the game. So what he tends to do is, on the worst aspect, and he knows it's the worst aspect in the game, he tends to hype it up. Not a good tactic. But even the creation engine is a great engine if the right people had it. You can't blame the tools. The tool is only as good as the person operating it. I think it's gone so far now. Todd is environmentally friendly. He loves to recycle, especially code. I remember some guy, kind of took apart 76, and he found some code from Oblivion in that one. People were saying how true it is, let's say, in Fallout 4, when, you're shooting down a vertibird, and it seems to always come towards you to crash. Apparently code was used from the dragons in Skyrim. So that's a little side effect. How true that is, I don't know. But they love to recycle code. Most of that code, let's say, would be buried deep in that engine. And of course there'd be subsystems and other stuff relying on that. So probably to take out the dodgy code wouldn't be that simple. So if you wanted to fix a tiny bug, you would have to take that piece of code out that maybe 10 other systems are relying on. So that's 10 other systems that you've got to take out, that 50 other systems are relying on. So that's why I've often wondered why they would never fix the bugs in the game. But some stuff, they wouldn't have to. Like, take Skyrim, for instance, and the frustration of NPCs dying that you need to do quests. Well, it's pretty easy, to make someone, let's say, at least, essential until, you're finished with the quest. I remember, and this is without mods, it was so bad and it used to frustrate me so much that I came up with a system where I could actually keep them alive. I used a restoration potion glitch. I made a potion of health, ridiculous, like 250,000. I went along and I would steal an item of clothing from an NPC. I would reverse pickpocket. I would get out of that cell, walk back in. They would be wearing that item with this, crazy enchantment on it. And then I would have this sword with a hit point of maybe 3 or 4,000. And I would obviously save the game and just check it out. And yes, they were invincible. I remember, that quest you get during the Dawnguard thing, where they kidnap someone vendor, and they always get killed. So I had it done to this guy, and he had an iron knife. So I went out to save him. He should have been in a cage in the cave, but he was out fighting, those kind of top-ranked vampires, the Night Stalkers. It was the guy that talks about the dragons in Whiterun, him. But he was fighting one of those guys with an iron dagger. And I waited for a good 15 minutes, and he eventually killed the vampire. Because not only did he have an unbelievable amount of health, I think I put a health regeneration enchantment on as well. I basically made him immortal, And then I suppose if you got a bug, it'll be no problem, pickpocketing that back off. So if I could do it using a glitch, I'm sure, BGS could do it. That kind of stuff. But it's not foolproof because, you know, NPCs go missing from that game, whether they fall through the map or go back into the developer's box or something, but they actually go missing. One in particular would be the Executioner from Solitude. You know, that guy you walk in, you can pick up his quest straight away. But every time I used to go back, he was gone. Nowhere to be found. Now it gets to the stage where the second I go to Solitude, I do his quest, and I have a mod where I can move him out to another house, and I actually do that. Now, how many times have we found dead bodies in Whiterun? You know, guards and that. Well, basically, what's happening there is, and they're spawning, you know, maybe 60 feet in the air and falling to their death. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. You know, the mammoths falling. Well, you wouldn't believe what happened. I think I took a clip of it somewhere. But we were playing Skyrim. I think it was the last playthrough we had. And right when I came into the cell, marksman, a giant and a dragon spawned in at the same time. I think it was a dragon. The dragon spawned and landed the giant spawned and landed on the dragon, and you could see the dragon taking off with a giant on his back. I think I got a clip of that one. What's the chances of that happening? 1,000,000,000 to 1. But those things are kind of funny and interesting. But most of the bugs in those games are not. They're very, very, very frustrating. I think there's a clip somewhere. I'll check again and I'll see if I can find it. I think it was Gazoo clipped it for me. I didn't clip it. I think Gazoo clipped it for me. I wonder does Twitch still keep clips? Yeah, they started deleting clips, didn't they? But Wolf was there when it happened as well, I think. Yeah, spawned in on a dragon's back. Yeah, I think it's a new policy they have, don't they? I'm playing that game, I have a lot of hours on Skyrim. That's the first time. Oh, you see the stuff, you know. Goats and cows and all that kind of stuff standing on fences. The usual stuff. You'll see some weird things. But that was at least 1,000,000 to 1. I wonder if I've still got that. Oh, it might be on the Discord. Possible. I think he might have posted on the Discord. Gazoo. I'll check some other time. You found it, yeah? It's still there, is it? Was it on Twitch or was it on Discord? And was it a small kind of, was it a moving clip or a still? Yeah? Yeah, I just seen it once. It's a moving clip, is it? Is it on Discord or... It must be. Or maybe it's on my Twitch channel, on the clips. It's probably there. Now, let's get something to drink. Now, you must forgive me, I'm drinking a lot because my doc said my kidneys are dehydrated. And, you know, I'm on blood thinners. I'm on ulcer medication and... what's that other one? High blood pressure tablets. So it makes me pretty cotton mouth as well. And he's always chewing me out over this, so drinking as much as I can. Oh, it's on Twitch. Brutal, isn't it? Tommy, have you got the burning sensation on the sole of your foot? Yeah, I've got that bad. At first I thought it was nerve damage. It's not a big thing in our family. I was surprised. I'm old, but I'm not that old. It's just a thing, isn't it? You don't have to be young or old. Obviously, the odds are greater if you're old, but not much we can do about it. Okay, we need about 15 pickaxes, I'd say. Now, can we carry this silly stuff? There's that iron ingot I had there somewhere. Come on. There it is. Let's say 15. Ah, okay. Okay, we'll take 11 for a moment anyway. We'll make those guys. Really? I've got the burning. Oh yeah, I kind of get that. Let's say your extremities, obviously, yeah, blood, you know, not getting to them. Me, I've got the burning sensation. I'm not sure if that's because of my neck damage, sciatica. But yeah, like I was scalded. But yeah, I'm wearing these really fluffy socks, and even though the rest of my body is warm, my feet are still a bit on the cold side. But my feet are still cold. It's just that strange burning sensation. It's kind of similar to, you know, maybe you fell asleep on your arm, you know, and you know as it comes back to life and the blood flow, you know, starts to flow again, you get a kind of burny, tingly sensation. Trying to find them. Oh. Well, did you think about maybe seeing someone over there? I could sort something out. Yeah. Yeah, my feet are actually quite cold now. Sometimes they're numb. But that strange burning sensation. But who knows, it might be unrelated. I've got so many issues, it's hard to know. Like when I get a chest pain, I don't know if I'm having a stroke or a heart attack or if it's my ulcer kicking in. You know, that the pain from that is very, very similar to a heart attack. Most people that have been diagnosed with, you know, any kind of ulcer, you know, they're always checked for that. The symptoms are pretty similar. But they seem to just mess about, yeah. To just make me monitor my blood pressure. I report to them every time I ask about it. That's weird. No, here they're pretty decent. Actually, I didn't even know I have blood pressure, marksman. So, about every month or so, I went to my GP and he was doing some tests and that. And then he checked my blood pressure. Yeah, he said it's a bit high. So he said, you know, we'll check it again. He said next week. So I went in and it was still a bit high. Then I wore a monitor. It's like, you know, the thing for blood pressure. I had to sleep with it for a couple of days. I think where it would take kind of timed readings. So once you got the information and data back on that, I got some more blood tests and some other guys seen me, and then they worked out the medication. They said I had a high blood pressure. I wasn't going to go away. But you have high blood pressure, the same as me, so they would put you on medication for the blood pressure, and they would at least give you a blood thinner. Kind of aspirin to thin your blood, because on high blood pressure and it's forcing its way through, it's more likely to clot. clot could break away, obviously, and cause a stroke. So they'll thin your blood. They'll make sure that doesn't happen. So you should be on at least 2 forms of medication, shouldn't you? Oh my God, they always fall on that, don't they? Well, of course you'd be, depressed if you had a medical condition and nobody's listening to you. Unbelievable. But I remember when I got my neck injury, it wasn't really apparent. Yeah, they'll always fall back on that. It's almost like they're dealers. But the pain manifested on my hip, actually, and it just felt like a bruise. So I didn't take any notice. I must have bruised my hip. Woke up the day after and it was much worse, so I thought I pulled a muscle. Woke up the day after that and it was absolutely unbearable. Of course, being a guy, I wouldn't go to the doctor. So I said, I'll get through it and it'll get better. The usual thing. This went on for about 2 weeks. Got to the stage where I was, sleeping on the floor because, I was getting a little bit of relief from it. The kind of hard ground. But I remember getting out of bed one day. You kind of get out and you drop your legs over the edge. And then I noticed that my left leg... I've got a bit of a phobia myself with needles, but only the anticipation of it. When I'm actually getting the needle, it's zero. It means nothing to me. But I think that's a deep trauma I have, because I remember my family telling me when I was just a tiny baby, I had an accident. I think I fell on a tooth, kind of pushed up into my gum. And, back then, let's say they weren't very gentle. Thought it was a bit of an ordeal. I can't remember it, but it must be somewhere in my subconscious, I suppose. And then when I got a vaccination back when I was a baby, I still bear the scars. Yeah, probably a witch doctor did it. But yeah, nasty scar on my arm. But you're talking about the 60s. Now, and I can't remember what I was saying. I'll think of it eventually. I've noticed that as well in the past few years. I forget things like that. It's strange where short-term memory, it's taken a bit of a hit. Long-term memory is still, I can remember lots. I even have a memory from when I was about 2. Yeah? Yeah. Last blood work I did. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're probably sensitive. I'm not so bad, yeah. But I remember one doctor in particular. But he was a butcher. He had to draw blood. There was no need for it. The idiot missed and got flesh and had to do it again. I was pretty sore. You know what I mean? But yeah, it healed up pretty quickly. I'm not bad for that. But I remember a GP I had, and he was brilliant when it came to drawing blood and that. You wouldn't even know what was happening. Just some doctors and some nurses just don't care. They'll just jab you like you were some farm animal, Zero empathy, Yeah. Yeah. It's not too bad. I had a procedure to remove a tooth, but it was massive, and the dentist was very, very heavy-handed. And, he really put me through the mill, to be honest. It was like I was back in medieval times and I was going to the local smithy to have it removed. I don't know how he managed his license, to be honest. But of course, he farmed me for 2 visits. I was super nervous. I gave him a chance, as most people. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. The digging around. Yeah, that happened to me a few times. Yeah, yeah. Some people, they get kind of desensitized, to other people's suffering. Probably was in a rush or whatever the case may be. Yeah. Yeah, pity. But yeah, I'm not the fondest myself of needles. But do you know what really kills me when I have to go for a stay in a hospital? The smell. That kind of clinical smell. And it's not because the smell is bad or anything. It's just it brings back bad memories, Being my age, obviously, lost a lot of friends and family, and, the second I get that smell, it just reminds me too much. Oh yeah, we're going to do this thing. But they'll have to take me out of this world screaming. I'm staying as long as I can. And no matter how they prop me with needles or what medication I have to take, I'll do it. But sometimes the pain is so bad you're wondering what you're doing it for. But the feeling is fleeting, Two. Oh, I see. It's 2 iron ingots for this. Okay. Looks like we'll be doing a bit of this then. Here, let me drop the logs here. They might be a tiny bit heavy. We'll go get the rest of this junk. I think it's sticks that requires as well, is it? No, just a log and 4 iron bar. Oh my good god. Okay. I might have to get these guys to switch. Yeah, they've been taking a lot of bronze lately. That's apparently not good enough. Oh, they're clean and kept well here. It's just that funny hospital smell. Really? I've never been through the medical system in Finland. Really? How horrible. Ah. Yeah, like something from the 50s or something. Oh my. Had you any experiences elsewhere? Tell me, is this, let's say, kind of private healthcare thing? Because I've known companies, let's say, that would be motivated by profit to, yeah. Oh, no, that's not good. Oh my good god. Oh my, that's a horrible experience. Was this public or private facility? Marksman. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bad system. But that's really not what they're like. Here they're pretty decent. Every place is clean and, all of that stuff. Well, we're kind of under pressure now. A little bit, let's say, because we had a massive influx of new people, and the system wasn't really designed for that. And apparently every one of them needs, medical assistance. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to have that experience. I've tried both, let's say, private and public, and I haven't seen much difference. Now, I remember, the neck injury I was talking about. I went to my GP. One moment. There it is. I went to my GP and I said, okay. I said, I need an ultrasound, another ultrasound. You know that MRI, yeah. So I said, okay. He said, I'll book you in. So I said, I'll go private. I said, no problem. If I can get it quicker. Oh, strangely enough, he said, I can get you in quicker. He said, in public, and he said it's the same team that will do the MRI, the exact same team, not same company, the exact same team. So he actually got it about a week earlier than private. That would be on Bupa here, It's well, I might be a little bit biased, but I've been to a lot of countries, and this is not bad. We are kind of going through a little bit of a strange, thing here. People are a little ticked off. Government is going a little silly, and their policies are really not making sense to anyone. But that's an exception, to how it was. Yeah, pretty much. Like, in the system here, I got all that done for free. I remember I collapsed one day, got an ambulance that was free. Was held for 2 days in intensive care, my own room. That was free. What else is there? I could go on for a long time. The medication and that, that's kind of free. The way it works, and it's the pharmacies really. Every item I think is like $2. So if you get 5 items, it's $10, but that goes to the pharmacist. But your medication could cost like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Again, it depends on, let's say, if you're a really, really high earner, obviously you might have to pay. But there's a cap on that, no matter how much you're making. I think there's a cap where no matter what your medication costs, the maximum that you would have to give, per month. But nobody has ever, let's say lost their home or anything because of medical expenses, And let's say if you become unemployed and anything like that, you can obviously, seek assistance, and your home would not be, part of your means assessment, obviously, no matter how much it's worth. You need a home. The system is pretty good. Now, will people abuse the system? Yeah, you'll get people who will abuse the system from time to time. Most of these guys would, eventually come to justice. But, for every one person that abuses the system, 100 people that really need help get it. And we don't mind paying that a little bit more in tax for that. It's basically an investment because, when we get old, we will benefit from this too. I can get, if I wish, I can get free public transport. That's obviously not Ubers or taxis, but trains, buses, all of that stuff within this country. And now, as I'm getting older and I don't really want to drive that much anymore, yeah, I sometimes, might go somewhere on a train, But yeah, it's a pretty decent system, and I've seen the systems everywhere. Most of Europe have, really good systems. I'm surprised about Finland. Yeah. Finland is a tiny country, though, isn't it? Yeah. That would be bordering Russia, wouldn't it? To the east. Maybe we just got unlucky with that, just that one facility. Is it the best system in the world? No, it's not. But neither is the public healthcare system. But if you think about the system critically, you know, if you're weighing up, I know, let's say in some countries the public healthcare system gets a bad rap. You know, you're going to get doctors who don't know what they're doing and this, that, and the other. Well, that's what lawyers are for. But if you look at it critically, the public healthcare system and the private one. Now, in a public healthcare, in a private healthcare system, yeah, I would think so. Netherlands and Sweden, not like that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I never thought that. But in a private healthcare system, their main drive is profit. So they're trying to make money. So if you've got a problem, you know, they'll want to get as many visits as possible. They'll take their sweet time diagnosing you, because the more you come in, the more they get paid. Now, I'm not saying they do that, but this could be done. It would maximize your profits. That's time that's wasted, you know. You might get a procedure that you don't need, you know, stuff like that. And then you look at the public healthcare system. Well, you go in there, they're not going to give you procedures you don't need. And it's in their best interests to do everything right. And how could I put this? So you don't come back. Because if you come back, that's more money again. That's a logical way. How it works in theory is, it's another thing, you know. To get you healthy as quick as they can. And do it properly. But, you know, they're pretty much on par, I'd say, with each other. But that's my personal experience. I know, you know, for other people it might not be the same. But I'd say if you take everything into, you know, as a whole, I suppose. In my opinion and experience, they're pretty similar. There's pros and cons, obviously. Sometimes you'll get quicker treatment in public and maybe sometimes in private. But on average it would kind of, you know, balance itself out. We got 6 more. Yay! We got 7. Yeah, we're still gonna have to switch these guys over to iron for a while. We still need that 10 to do that quest. Now, let's put these into storage and we'll get rid of the logs and I'll flip them over. And like every other system, you'll get people that had good and bad experiences in both. That's really down to perspective, really, isn't it? Or just sheer bad luck. There. Right, that should keep them happy for a while. Just grab these logs. Would you believe I'm way past my time? Let me grab these logs. If I don't get some sleep, I will collapse. And no one wants to see a collapsed crocodile. There, grab that guy. So, that's a wrap, guys. We've done almost 6.5 hours. And let's save it here. Oh, looking forward to getting some sleep. I think I'll grab a sandwich as well. But that's my stream done for tonight. This was my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream, wasn't it? It was. Oh, my pleasure, Jaeger. And thanks for being here, I appreciate it. I will be back again, guys, for Friday and Saturday. So that's my streaming time. Tuesday, Friday and Saturday evening. That would be US Eastern Standard Time. And my time, that's like, what? Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, early morning. So, I think Eastern Standard Time, it's about 9 p.m.-ish or something, I think. Yeah, 8 or 9 p.m. I stream for 4 hours, but I almost always push to 6. Even a little more sometimes. You know, but sometimes, you know what? Oh, 1 second. Sometimes, you know, I feel a little bit under the weather, but rarely. But it's nice to have that little, you know, thing where you can, you know, just kind of get out in 4 hours if you're feeling too tired. But yeah, that's me done. Thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate it, guys, and thanks for the follow again, Marksman. I appreciate that. So I will return for the weekend. We'll be doing 2 days together. I'll probably, knowing me, I'll get bored and come in and I'll do a little bit on this here. Maybe some of the layout to some buildings I need in here. I find it's kind of very relaxing. Once I get a good rest, I'll be probably raring to go again. I'll see you fighting there. Thanks for being here. So we'll do the usual. We'll go straight to a raid, guys. Hopefully some of our friends will be streaming. So goodbye, Fighter, Jaeger, Marksman, Young, Wolf if you're watching, of course. Igma. It was Igma. Let me see. I think it was Igma. Okay. Oh, Wartron, sorry. Wartron. And we mention John. Have a good one, guys. And thanks for watching. Also, Kelly, Terry, Hufflepuff and Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Now, I have probably forgotten a few. I'm glad to have you here, Marksman. Have a good one and take care. So if I've forgotten anyone, guys, apologies to whoever might have forgotten. And thanks again, everyone, for watching. So, yeah, back for the weekend, Friday and Saturday. Hope to see you all then if you have the time. Until then, yeah, this Croc is getting some sleep. So let's do this raid, guys, and I will be looking on this till I fall asleep, which will probably be in about 10 to 15 minutes time. Yeah, I can feel it in my eyes. They're starting to get a bit stingy. So, okay, let's see who's streaming it. No, hang on. Let's see if I can get up first. There we go. Right, okay, let's do this.